Good morning, everyone. If you could please take your seats so we could get going. Good morning. The meeting will come to order. This calls the Tourism Advisory Council meeting for June 5th, 2023 at 11 a.m. in Great Falls, Montana to order. The Department of Commerce records these meetings electronically for official meeting records. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak, explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion, and if you're referring to a document, please state the name of the document you are referring to. If you're joining via Zoom, please list your name and organization you are with. If you would like to chat or have a question, please raise your hand on Zoom or leave a comment in the chat box, as we will be monitoring that throughout the meeting. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited and no content will be removed. Tourism Advisory Council members present, please remember to press your button, this thing right here in front of you, when you are speaking into the microphone, and please say your name before you speak if you could. Your first name is just fine. If you are presenting or have public comment, please come up to the lectern right over here and speak into the microphone so we can capture words of wisdom for the record. You are more than welcome to take that microphone and walk, take it and sit, stand when you're presenting. So feel free to do whatever you would like to over there. And with that, I'd like to welcome Little Shell's Tribal Chairman, Gerald Gray. We have a video to watch as an introduction to this meeting.
Aisti päätypiuk. Ispomokina nichitapi sikeistapi. Hayo napinatus. Ispomokina kimatokinan at sukuma pidasa. Hi, Anya. The jump up here, our people would run the buffalo over the top, and for their food, their lodges, their clothing, everything. We used everything off the buffalo for this. So this area right here is very important to our people, very sacred because it goes way back. And just being out here just wakes the ancient spirits up of this area here. Very, very important to our people back in the day. The Pishkin was used by, they say, at least 13 tribes. And these tribes, some of them were warring at the time with one another. But this place here was a meeting place. This was a place where they came together and they didn't fight. They came here for the food, for the celebration, for all the games, fun and games that they had. And then they would leave this area.
With that, I'd like to welcome
So we do have that. The tribe is also very unique, and we've always wanted to be a tribe that is self-sufficient, meaning we don't want to rely on the federal government. It's really difficult to do so. I don't know if many of you know, IHS and BIA is about as slow as molasses. Working is really difficult. So we have our economic development arm has 6 unique and really diverse businesses. Not all here in the state of Montana. We believe you don't have to be just here. We have travertine quarry down in Idaho Falls. I don't know if you guys know what travertine is. It's kind of like granite, but it's softer. So we have a quarry down there, quarry in Gardner, Montana. We have a company called Blue Ribbon Net. We make fly fishing nets out of Belgrade. Kind of cool because it's the only fully biodegradable fishing net on the market, meaning it's made out of wood, but the bag is also biodegradable. It's called Aquaphase, which is cool, and it's the lightest one on the market also. Another business we have is called Civil Wolf Enterprises, which operates on the GSA schedule, which is kind of cool. One of the contracts that we recently got in the past year is the easiest one for me to example of is we purchase all the bottled water for tribes in Alaska and throughout the United States. They order it. We just work with like Aquafina and ship them pallets. The $20 to $40 million contract, which is really nice for us. Another business we just purchased here in Great Falls is called, well, the old name is called TC Pet Water. Who knew it? But we sell boxed water to PetSmart, Walmart. People like really water for their pets, I guess. So works really well for us. We're going to be changing that name shortly, and that was just purchased about a couple weeks ago. Really excited about that. And a couple other things that we have in terms of tourism related. Here in Great Falls, we got a tourism grant to help build our powwow arbor. And many of you probably know powwows in Indian country and near Montana and throughout the west are very big. So we are building an arbor up on top of Hill 57, thanks to the state of Montana's tourism grant that we applied for and received. We're really excited about that. It's a huge tourism draw to not only Great Falls, but Montana. The other tourism-related business that we have is the tribe now operates under a 25-year lease, Elk Creek Recreation on Fort Peck Lake. So we're really excited about that. We had to, I call gain the trust of the Corps of Engineers because they gave us a 2-year lease. We did really well in the last 2 years, so now they're going to. Really excited about that. It's a beautiful place. I don't know how many have been out there, but it's well worth the visit and really excited about that. So with that, I don't want to take up too much time. Again, I recognize some faces in here. We used to do this. My brother and I had an advertising company in Billings called G&G Advertising. We were part of Gold West Country back in the day, Ute, CVB. We did a lot of that kind of stuff. And anyway, I do have to say I walked in here at one of those happy mornings. I was like, I live in Helena now. I used to live in Billings. And, over the weekend, like many basements in Billings, my house was up for sale, and the realtor called and said, "You have 3 to 5 inches of water." And, oh God! Ran over to Billings yesterday. Yeah, sure enough, sump pump went out. So I had to put in a new sump pump and get a call just before I came in here, and my progressive home site insurance. "Oh, you don't have sump pump insurance." I'm like, "What the hell is that?" And they're like, "Well, you have to have a policy if it's." I'm like, "Oh, geez." I'm like, oh, whatever. And then I get in here and I'm like, "Look, I'm missing a button. This is not a good day." Wow. Okay. So with that, I appreciate you guys having me. Welcome to Great Falls. You will see down we own a couple buildings on Central Avenue West, the old U.S. Bank building. We fully remodeled that. If you ever want to stop by, it has all travertine in the floors and stuff. It's really beautiful. And then a building across the street where our programs operate out of, that's also been remodeled. Again, it's a really beautiful building. Stop in there. out on Stuckey Road, we have our cultural center, we call it, where we well, now it's our senior lunch program that we offer free lunches to our seniors. And then farther down from that is a cold and dry food storage building that will be offering a food program for our members. And you can't miss them, all the buildings have moved. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Gray, so much. And yes, our hearts and thoughts are with all in Billings and the surrounding areas whose basements are flooding as well. The Tourism Advisory Council acknowledges that the land currently known as Montana is the ancestral and contemporary territory of numerous American Indian tribes who have called this place home for thousands of years. We recognize that Montana is rich in the diverse indigenous cultures, languages, traditions of these tribes. We acknowledge the deep spiritual connection that American Indian people have with the land, water, and all living beings. We honor the ongoing contributions of the American Indian communities in Montana, including their leadership, wisdom, and resilience. We're committed to promoting understanding, respect, and collaboration with these communities and supporting efforts towards cultural preservation and self-determination. As we gather on this land, let us remember and carry forward the legacy of the original caretakers and work together to create a more just and inclusive future for all. With that, I welcome the Council and all of you in attendance to the June meeting of the Tourism Advisory Council. We are delighted to have all the Council members we have here gathered to discuss and collaborate on matters pertaining to tourism promotion and development in our beautiful state. Today's meeting presents an opportunity for all of us to engage in the constructive discussions, share perspectives, and work towards our common goal of cultivating a vibrant and sustainable tourism industry. We look forward to the fruitful exchanges and outcomes that will rise for our collaboration effort. Welcome, everyone. So with that, I would like to confirm that we have a quorum of Tourism Advisory Council members present, so we can move forward with the agenda and all action items on it. So I turn the page, and I would like everyone to go on the council to introduce themselves, and we'll start in this room. We'll go around from me to my right and with Steve, and then we'll go to those online. So good morning, everyone. I'm Alicia Harvey and Chair of your Tourism Advisory Council.
Good morning, Mike Johnson, coming from Southwest Montana.
Good morning, Joan Cronebush, Central Montana Tourism and Town Pump Hotel Group.
Jeff Ewelt, representing Southeast Montana.
Glenna Cinderland, I'm from Bozeman, and just kind of a poignant moment because this will be my last Tourism Advisory Council, and I just wanted to thank all of you for your friendship and for all of the professional engagement we've had. Thanks.
Good morning, Paul Macrician from Bozeman. Thank you.
And I am Haley Ship out of Glasgow in the northeast corner.
Chris Dantic, Glendive, Southeast Montana, and this is also my last TAC meeting I'll be serving, so thank you everyone and for everyone's support over the last 3 years.
Nicole Fuger, I'm representing Central Montana and Little Fort Benton.
Steve Warlock from Billings.
Saber, would you like to take a moment and introduce yourself?
Okay, yes, I just tried to do my video, but it won't let me. But I'm here, Saber Moore, Southeast Montana, and I'm going to miss everybody that's leaving after this meeting. So thank you all.
I think we've got all of our council members. For the sake of a really tight agenda, we're not going to go around and introduce each other in the room. So please take a moment to meet each other, and we look forward to meeting all of you. Welcome to those of you who are new to us and to those of you who have been here for a while. So I've got a couple more statements to read. We would like to acknowledge the Brand MT, Business MT, and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks staff that we have with us today. In Brand MT, we have Anna Marie Moe, Budget and Operations Bureau Chief. Good morning. We have Susan Joy, Interim Tourism Bureau Chief and Made in Montana Manager, Barb Sanum, Compliance Specialist, Michelle Cushman, Tourism Grant Program Manager, Alana Cunningham, Public Relations Specialist, and Rachel Mullen, Tourism Outreach Coordinator. And for those of you to the council behind you, that's Rachel. So she is our new contact, yes, for all Tourism Advisory Council stuff and things. So we're really excited to have her on. From Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, we have Patrick Doyle, Marketing Manager, and we encourage you to find them during breaks to ask questions or chat, and they will be available throughout the duration of the meeting. We extend our sincere thanks to Central Montana, Visit Great Falls, and Sleep Inn and Suites, Great Falls Airport for their exceptional hospitality and support. Your contributions have greatly enhanced our meeting, and we appreciate your commitment to promoting and growing Montana's tourism industry. I did, and Rochelle Brown. I skipped over your name right there. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rochelle, our Tribal Tourism Officer. We're just honored to have all of you here. And I have a feeling I might have skipped over open public comment, or maybe I haven't got there yet. Yeah, we're not, oh, very good. I'll just keep going on. Approval of February minutes. Next, we're looking to approve the minutes from the February 6, 2023 Tourism Advisory Council meeting, and those were recorded on the Brand MT website via Zoom. I will ask for a motion to approve the February 6, 2023 Tourism Advisory Council meeting minutes as posted on the Tourism Advisory Council website.
Nicole, so move.
Thank you, Nicole.
Jeff, second.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there any discussion from the council or the public on our February meeting minutes? Very good. If no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the approval of the February 6, 2023 meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Great, thank you. We have approved our February minutes. Thank you all. Hearing none, the motion to approve the February 6, 2023 TAC meeting minutes has been approved. Next on our agenda is order of the business to call for any changes to the agenda that the council would like to make.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request one change. If I could move Glendive's report to follow Miles City in today's session, just for, I think, a better flow of activity today. So just moving it one presentation down.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mike. So with that being a motion to request a separate vote be conducted for the Glendive DMO plan, would that be appropriate? Great. So I request, I make a motion to.
So moved. Warlick.
Thank you, Steve.
Glennis, second.
Thank you, Glennis. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All in favor of adoption of the revised agenda as the motion so made, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Saber. I'll wait for your response before I go to the opposed. So now I'll go opposed. Great, thank you. Hearing no opposition, the motion to approve the adoption of the modified agenda has been made. Now we'll open up with any public comment. With that, it is time to comment on matters falling within the purview of the Tourism Advisory Council. Please ensure that you state your name and where you are from. And you're welcome to use the mic up here, or we have a hand mic.
Madam Chair, I'll get the ball rolling.
Wonderful. Go ahead, Glennis.
This is Glennis. And first I want to applaud everyone on some wonderful plans. but I made some observations that are kind of a global nature. The first is how much everyone would benefit from a statewide strategic plan for tourism in Montana. There's a lot of wasted dollars with everybody doing their own research and their own strategic plans. But good for you for taking on the responsibility that obviously the state is not. The second item is that a lot of organizations are very committed to diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And we want to welcome all to Montana, but obviously our state legislature and governor are not welcoming all to Montana.
Thank you, Glennis. Any other public comment from the audience or council? Hearing no further public comment, we'll move forward. At this time, I'd like to mention that Director Scott Osterman and Communications and Interim Marketing Bureau Chief Mitch Stanley will be joining us in person for the TAC Retreat later this afternoon around 4 o'clock-ish. The TAC Retreat meeting is open to the public, and we invite you to stay and participate during this meeting. However, it is not mandatory for the DMOs. You can take a look at the agenda and see if it's something you'd like to be listened to. Ooh, moving on. Soon, Mike, you'll get to do most of the talking. We'll get this meeting going. I have the honor of giving the executive committee report. And wow, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to 10 individuals who have collectively dedicated nearly 80 hours, that's 80, of invaluable volunteer. Oh, God. Okay, let's go back and do that. The council would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the 10 individuals who collectively dedicated nearly 80 years of invaluable service to Montana's Tourism Advisory Council. Half of these 10 have served as council chair. We are profoundly grateful for their unwavering commitment, passion, and expertise, which have significantly contributed to the growth and development of Montana's tourism region. Their selfless dedication has made a lasting impact, inspiring others and leaving a remarkable legacy for generations to come. And Rachel, if you could make Rhonda and Bill and all the others a panelist there. So Rhonda, I'm going to start with you. Thank you, you sweetheart. I'm going to grab your award. Rhonda Fitzgerald has served on the Tourism Advisory Council since 2005. That's 17 years, and she served through her term of 2022. Hello, Rhonda. I don't think you can see me, but I can see you, and you're up on the screen for all of us to see. And we have a beautiful award for you. If I walk up to that, will it show her?
I can see it, Alicia. It's gorgeous.
Rhonda, we couldn't be more grateful to you for, that's a lot of years, Rhonda, and you were chair, which means you also served on every committee possible. Would you like to give us a little bit of your thoughts on what it was like to serve this many years with the council? We'd love to hear from you.
Wow, Alicia, thank you so much. That's a beautiful award, and I'm really quite moved by your thoughtfulness. And I hadn't ever added up how long it was because it didn't seem like a long time, but we did certainly achieve some amazing things for the state and the economy of the state in that time. I think the thing I'm most proud of our accomplishments as a TAC was the entire branding effort where we identified a Montana brand and iconified it. And it is a really powerful and unique brand that will carry us forward and made huge, huge impact to the economy of the state. So I think that's the thing we all accomplished early on in the late 2008, 9, 10, and then built off the brand. And I'm very proud of that work. But even more, I am so grateful to have met all of you and worked with all of you and traveled all over the state to so many wonderful places that I otherwise probably would not have had the opportunity to visit. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity to have served, and I miss you all, and hopefully our paths will cross another time. And thank you. Happy trails.
All right, with a round of applause. And we'll miss you so much, Rhonda, and I will hand deliver that award to you up in the flathead. Thank you, Rhonda. Bill McGlattery. Bill McGlattery came on the council in 2009 and served for around 13 years, till 2022. And Bill, we thank you so much. Again, you're a past chair, which means you worked your way up and held every committee and led the organization. Bill, we have a beautiful award for you too that looks just like Rhonda's, and we'll be delivering that to you in person as well. Bill, do you want to take a couple moments and chat about your legacy with the council?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, one, it was really a pleasure to serve with everyone on the TAC, and just going around the table today and seeing Glennis again reminds me I need to get to Bozeman and have lunch with her and catch up, because we really worked with a tremendous group of people. And I really want to applaud everyone in the regions and the CVBs for the hard work you do on the front lines every day. Just remarkable work that comes out of the regions and the CVBs. You know, and I want to also touch on, we've had award-winning campaigns over the years. And that says a lot about the staff at the Office of Tourism. And even in research, I was fortunate enough one year to go to, I think it was Virginia Beach for the Travel Writers Association or Travel Research Association meeting, in which we, the TAC and ITRR, received an award for the research, the quality of research that was being done. And I remember it was the year that we did the Get Lost campaign, and we had taken 2 tables, we sponsored 2 tables and decorated them with Get Lost campaign collateral and swag. And it was just so funny because everyone was coming up to our table wanting to swap whatever they had on theirs. So, I mean, they're trying to bring us this stuff from New York and Pennsylvania and Florida. And we're like, you know, everyone at our table was like, no, we're hanging on to this Get Lost swag. So I just think it shows you that as a small state and with the limited budget that's been available, great things have been done. And that reflects on everybody. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, we'll bring you your award, or better yet, you can come to Bozeman and Glennis and I can take you out.
Oh, okay.
Moving to this room, our Glennis has been on the council for 10 years. Thank you, Glennis. 10 years of service. Again, a past chair. Glennis, would you like to say a few words about your time on the council?
I just feel this state is in really good hands with all of you here, and I appreciate your friendship so much. Keep up the good work.
Glennis has been my mentor on the council, and I have let her know that she will still continue to be voluntold as my mentor for a while. So it's beautiful to know you, Glennis. Steve. Steve, you have been with the council 9 years, if we're counting correctly, executive, legislative, and many other committees. And I know you're interested in reapplying, but we're still going to give you a plaque anyway. And if you do get reapplied, we'll get you a new one and just extend those years. So Steve, we are so grateful for your 9 years of service and would love for you to say a few things.
So thank you very much. It's been interesting in the 9 years that I've been on TAC to see the growth. Some good, some bad. I think that the TAC moving forward has a great opportunity to help shape the state of tourism, travel and tourism within the state, and a little more collaborative. I would agree with Glennis that it would be nice to see that someday that we do have a state tourism plan. That would be kind of unusual since we've been asking for it for 10 years. And I think the other one is that I think over the years that Eastern Montana has developed into an opportunity for both the people in this room as well as the state. So I enjoyed meeting all of you and working with you. Thank you.
Katie Grice and Rachel Gregg are not on with us today as they are busy traveling, but both Katie Grice and Rachel Gregg served from 2016 to 2022, each giving us 6 years of service, each being past chairs of the Tourism Advisory Council. And we honor them today. They were full of wit and humor. They got us through the COVID pandemic as a team and as a committee, and we are forever grateful for them and will deliver their awards to them. Patricia, or sometimes she likes to be called as Pat, has been with us from 2016 to 2022, 2 years, very instrumental in the research committee and others. Patricia, we thank you for your years of service and would be honored if you had any words of wisdom or reflections to share.
Well, I was thrilled to represent agriculture and agritourism at the time. I hope you have someone on your panel that can fill that role. I think it's important for our state. I was able to be the first person from Montana State to be on the TAC committee, and I really enjoyed it. And I loved being on the research committee and helping I don't want to say weed out because it was prioritize some great ideas. And I think there's so much good stuff coming from ITRR. I'm looking at my notes. It was just so awesome to meet everyone and get to know the different areas around the state. I just really enjoyed my time on TAC and the camaraderie, and the fun times too was just the car rides. I learned more about my own area and everybody's favorite car snacks. That was a long drive wherever we went from the Flathead, and we had a great time. So, but I just appreciated all the time and everyone's willingness to help new TAC members learn their roles and how to be most helpful. And I just appreciated the whole experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. All right, we're moving on. Jeff here in the committee, you have given us 6 volunteer years of your life, and your humor and wit has been oh so enjoyable. Thank you for not being in critters, that we're gonna, between me and Joan, gonna drive us up a wall. But we're so grateful and thankful to you, and would love to hear a few comments from you, please, Jeff.
Well, thank you. So kind. And I have some in my pocket. I'm kidding. I don't have anything today. It has been an honor to serve on TAC, and certainly I've gotten to know a lot of you very well. But what always inspired me and amazes me is all of you. The work that you guys put into those plans and to what you guys do for this state is absolutely mind-boggling. So kudos to all of you for all of you have done. And certainly tourism, it's my world because of working at attraction. But at this level, it was definitely eye-opening to me to the amount of work that all of you put in. So kudos to you. This shouldn't be about me. It should be about all of you doing the hard work you do. So good job. And thank you for the opportunity.
It seems like a lot. It has been. So we are moving on to Chris Dantic. Chris has served on the council for 3 years, and we couldn't have done as well a job without you. Your first year, you voluntarily read every marketing plan, which blew us all away, and then immediately wanted to promote you to chairing every council, every subcommittee meeting. Chris, we are grateful for your 3 years, and we're going to miss you, and we'd love for you to share some of your thoughts from being on the council.
Well, it's because they have such great ideas, and so I learned so much from them as a TAC member, and it just helps me make better decisions, and just learning from everybody on this TAC committee, and calls all of our DMOs out there in the state of Montana. Going to be a lot of replacements on this board, and I'm just advocating for Native American representation. Hopefully we can get another member from one of our Indian nations on this TAC council.
Steve, we've already, oh, good, we've on you. Yes, thank you. No deer in the headlights. Nicole, you are another one who's interested in, like Steve, reapplying to be on the council. And your 3 years have been remarkable. You've been very engaged, very active, and we're so grateful to you. And even though I accidentally broke your award and you have a new one coming, because I'm a little clumsy sometimes, we would still be honored. I have nothing to present to you here, but except my heartfelt gratitude, and would love to hear a few words from you.
I first off just want to say thank you to everyone in this room. Your time is so valuable. It has been a huge honor serving in Montana tourism. It gives me goosebumps every time I think of how much Montana actually has to offer. It's been an extreme joy learning what everyone is doing around the state, near and far. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm so excited for changes coming. And here is to hoping that all those changes benefit everyone in the long run in the state of Montana.
So it had been a while for us to thank all of you who were, your term ended in 2022, but thank you for coming in today. Thank you for all of you, all 10 of you, giving this council 80 collective years of your lives, and we are super grateful. And you're welcome to stay and listen on if you want to, or you can go back to your busy lives. But thank you. We look forward to seeing you in the future, and we will be bringing you your award. So again, thank you so much to all of you. All right, just another update from me. The board retreat following this meeting is going to meet to discuss the new legislation changing the makeup of this Tourism Advisory Council, as well as Senate Bill 540, revising laws related to the state's tourism promotion. So if I've got nothing else to add, except something about TAC rocks, exclamation mark. FY24. There are 17 TAC rocks hidden throughout the hotel. If you find one with a number, take it to the prize table and claim your prize. You get to keep the rock. Rocks without a number can be kept or re-hidden. Good luck and have fun. Our own count of geocaching with rocks. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Office of Tourism, for thinking up those fun things. Keep this place lively. I want to make sure that everybody knows that on any of the items that council discusses, you can raise your hand, and as the public, you can comment on it. Our comments are not just listed to us, and I wanted to make that aware of you. All of you in the audience have an opportunity to comment. And online, just raise your hand, and we'll try to give it to you. Okay. I have nothing else in my executive committee report, and our next report is Rules and Procedures Committee report, and that's me. And I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about after this retreat today. So I have nothing to report except we have a lot of work to do, as I look forward to committee members volunteering to chair as well as to be on that committee. Is there any discussion on that? Okay. Next is the Montana Heritage Commission report by Jeff. You have the floor, Jeff.
Thank you. Not too much to report. We haven't had a meeting in a while for a few different reasons, but I have a few little tidbits for you here today. First of all, I don't know if any of you knew the commission or know the commission. Philip, I can never say his last name correct, Matchling, unfortunately passed away. He was on the commission for many, many years, so thoughts are with his family and, of course, the commission on that loss. It was definitely a big loss. He was a good voice for the commission. They're in high season, obviously, Virginia City and Nevada City. Vendors are full, and so we expect a pretty good season over there with tourism. So fingers crossed that weather holds and everything works okay for them over there. The Stonewall building, some of you may remember me talking about that before. Basically, it's essentially the first Capitol building in Montana. It was a heap of rocks, but now some engineering is being put into place. They got some funding to rebuild that, and so the engineering report is out. If anybody wants it, let me know. I'm happy to share it. It is exciting stuff, but it is cool to see the building is finally being brought back up, which is pretty exciting. Some good history in that building. And then the other thing is that HB 12, House Bill 12, was an appropriation of some of the funds from the I almost said prehistoric, the Historic Preservation Grant Program. Roughly $640,000 is being appropriated over to the Heritage Commission to fix up some housing for lodging things. The Gilbert House, the Hickman House, and the Cogswell Taylor House. And I've said it before, if you've never stayed in one of those houses in Virginia City, it's a pretty cool thing to do, and it's not very expensive. So definitely check that out, and those will be fixed up here shortly. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Jeff, and always with fantastic enthusiasm. By the way, Council will be looking for someone to step up and chair that Heritage Commission.
And I will say, interject, sorry, but it's been a fun commission to be a part of. You get to hang out in Virginia City. You get to stay in haunted places. I highly recommend it to anybody in TAC.
That's not for me.
For the record, I'm raising my hand. This is Saber.
Oh, thank you, Saber. The retreat's going to be a lot easier. All right. So we had Nathan on tap to give the tribal committee report, and I'm just going to look over at Rachel. I don't see Nathan online. Okay, I will give a brief report. It was written down, so I can't read it, but I was able to attend the most recent state Tribal Economic Development Commission, STED, meeting, and that was very enlightening and very wonderful. And I believe we're going to hear from STED and Rochelle tomorrow. That's right. Okay, very good. So we'll have our dialogue then. So thank you very much. Yep. Unless the council has anything else to add on that. Okay, very good. Legislative Committee, Steve and Mike, I'm going to throw the floor to either of you to give an update.
So a couple of things and Alicia talked about it. So the first one was House Bill 143, which basically was the governor's red tape initiative, which was to reduce the size of most commissions and committees within the state. We actually, or I and Montana Lodging and Hospitality Association spoke in favor of that bill. I think the comment would be, and TAC's a prime example of where we've had as many as 19 members. I think at this particular time we're down to 12 or 13. So one is a quorum. Two is would you rather have a commission or committee that has 6, 7, or 8 people that are actively engaged, or 12 or 13 that are partially engaged? And so I think that was a plus. I think it will be interesting to see how they the term I would use, whittle it down. Are they going to redo? There was nothing that was stated, or are they just going to do it through attrition? Don't know. It'll be interesting to hear Scott's take on that. Probably the biggest bill, and there were a variety of bills that came after the lodging facility tax this year. Some of them were looking to basically take those dollars that go to the department or the Office of Tourism and reduce them 50–60%. There were other bills in there that were for human trafficking, and a couple of those passed, which were actually pluses. But all said, I think one of the biggest accomplishments at this last legislative session was it started probably about 18 months ago when we had the roundtable solution. There were about 17, 18 people that were looking at funding or excess funding, and what do we do with that funding? Because one of the things you find out with the legislature is that if they have a pool of money, they think that that is their money to do with as they see fit. And so what came up was 7 ideas, translated. A gentleman, senator by the name of Daniel Zolnikoff from Billings, had put in a bill to the Department of Commerce to rearrange the dollars, the 4%. And just so that you know, roughly the 4% of the lodging facility tax dollars that are collected this year will be roughly $49 million. 19 of that is already spoken for. So that goes to the DMOs, the regions, ITRR, and a variety of the historical commission, and from there. So there's roughly $30 million left to decide where it goes. And there was a lot of discussion. One of the things that has occurred in the past predominantly is the Office of Tourism would take that $30 million or whatever dollar the amount that was and sort of decide how they were going to spend it. The plus for 540 is that it came through and it said, hey, what we need to do is we don't necessarily need to cut Office of Tourism's budget. What we need to do is allocate dollars differently. And so some of the big items, and we haven't seen the administrative rules that have come through yet. Hopefully, once again, Scott will be able to tell us when those are coming through. We'll talk about them. But a couple of the items that are in there is one of the things that we had advocated for was funding all CVBs, or at least any CVB up to $100,000. Any region we should have funding up to $500,000. So in particular, if you look at Missouri River Valley, that's really the area that we were looking at. Great Falls could be one that may or may not fall on the cusp of that. But the whole idea is when you have a CVB that has $20,000 and you're competing, really what are we getting for it? And so are we better off to spread some of those dollars and do it? So there are a variety of things going on with grants. How are we going to look at grants, small grants versus large grants? Are they going to be low interest loans and that? So the plus for 540 is that I think within the Department of Commerce or the Office of Tourism is it will allocate dollars. Once again, there was a lot of collaboration and transparency in getting to the finish line on this bill. It will be very curious to see what follows forward with the administrative rule in the Office of Tourism. So those are the 2 big things from the legislative. Mike, you have other?
No, Steve, I appreciate the comments. I think they were fully inclusive of what I would have said. But I want to go on record and thank Steve specifically for all of his time, energy, effort, frankly, his influence in making sure our voices as an industry were heard. So all of us in this room owe Steve, and others had a part in it, but quite honestly, Steve is very effective at this. So for whatever it's worth, Steve, on behalf of everybody in this room, thank you for your time and energy in this regard. Appreciate it.
Great. We get to move on to the meat of why we're all here. Or it could be vegetarian patty too. But our next report is the Marketing Committee report by Mike Johnson, and I turn the mic over to Mike.
Thank you. I think the Marketing Committee has been busy, as I'm sure you're all aware. Those of you that have been along for this ride, this month of May is always interesting, so appreciate all of your help. We have a few things that were accomplished by the committee that will not come to the full council, so I just want to update you on those things. The committee has met with all of the DMOs at 27 meetings via Zoom, and we reviewed all the plans, as well as an audit from Haver to close out their CDB. And we also recognized some new DMOs in the last month. So first, I'd like to tell you that the plans and presentations that we have recommended for approval will all be presented over the course of the next couple days, and final approval will be granted by this group. We did conduct a review of the Haver CDB audit reports. We had a 2021 audit and the use of fiscal year 2021 funds. We looked at a 2022 audit and their use of 21 funds that were remaining. And then we did a closeout audit for Haver, and the Marketing Committee has approved that action. In fiscal year 2022, Haver fell below the minimum threshold for eligibility to receive bed tax funding or have a DMO. Their 2021 contract was extended through 2022 to allow them the opportunity to spend any remaining funds. After 2 years of ineligibility, Haver's collections have now exceeded the minimum threshold for collection and have become eligible again starting in fiscal year 24. So we have reviewed them, closed them out, and then invited them back in. So stay with that logic for a minute. The Marketing Committee also voted for final approval of some budget increases for a few of our DMOs, and all of you have seen that report, so I'm not going to go through that in detail, but I will tell you that the budget increases requested were a result of higher than anticipated bed tax collections for the remainder of fiscal year 23. The 8 DMOs that were given additional funds or allowed additional funds: Southeast Montana, Southwest Montana, Visit Billings, Dillon, Great Falls, Livingston, Destination Missoula, and Whitefish. So each of those 8 were allowed additional budget authority. So from a action of the committee by itself, that's the end of the report. Are there any questions about Haver or budget increases? All right. Then I guess if the chair is okay, I'll just move right down the agenda to the next items that are now action items for us. Barb's scolding me again. Okay. That wasn't on the agenda, so I didn't know if I needed to do that. So we're going to go back to the Haver discussion, and I don't know if I gave you enough information about Haver 2021's funds used over 21 and 22, closed out in 2023. Your Marketing Committee has recommended approval of closing them out. Do any of you wish to make a motion for full board approval?
Bush, so moved. I make the motion to approve.
I'll second that.
We'll cut you a little slack, I promise. There's been a motion and a second to approve the Haver CVB audit reports, including the closeout of the 2021 funds. Are there any questions on the motion? Hearing none, then all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, Saber. Any opposed? All right, that motion then has passed. Barb, did I miss anything else? Okay, thank you. So we'll ditch that pile and move on to the next thing. I believe our next agenda item is the recognition of new DMOs. We are privileged to have, I'm going to call it 2.5 new DMOs amongst us. On the list on your agenda includes Haver, which we just discussed has been a DMO and is now returning. But we do have 2 new DMOs who have not been a part of our circle before. And I told everybody on the Marketing Committee meeting that I wanted to issue them a parade, but I wasn't able to muster that. So I would like you all to please help me in a very parade-like environment recognize the inclusion of 2 new DMOs. One is Anaconda and the other is Columbia Falls, and joining them is also Havre as a returning DMO. So please collectively help me welcome and joining those 3 DMOs. Barb's giving me, yeah, that's nice, but you got to make a motion. So I do need an official motion by this group to.
So motion. Their
you.
motion to accept all 3.
Jeff, a second.
Great. So I have a motion by Steve and a second by Jeff to accept the DMOs. Barb, I'd like official word that they have met the requirements to become a DMO. No questions, no issues. Very good. Any other questions? Let's vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Saber, damn it, I forgot it. That's going to be difficult. I apologize. Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. That motion has been approved. All right, we're now going to move on to the presentations, which is really why we're all here. And I'm going to ask a little bit of favor. This may be a little different. It may be the same as we've done in the past. But we're going to ask that the groups come up and present. We'll obviously have time following the presentations to ask questions and to clarify and be sure we understood what we heard. We will not take any action until the entire country's group has been completed. So it's my intention just to go through these, make the presentations, make the next presentation, ask and answer any questions we need to in the middle, and then there will be one motion to approve each group, each country's full plan and budget. Is that okay with everybody here? Any objections to that thought process? Everybody out there understand what I'm trying to do? Okay. So the winner of the first straw here today is Yellowstone country. And we are a little bit ahead of the agenda, so we'll plan our break at 1:40, but we're going to just keep going until 1:40. So as you look at this, if you thought there was going to be a break after Gardner, Livingston, just be ready to come up if it's not 1:40 yet. Okay? Does that make sense? Well, at least Robin broke the mic before we started. Okay, very good.
And also, if you need a comfort break, you need more food, please get up and go. You don't have to wait for a break. We won't be offended. We'll probably be doing the same thing as well. So pretty easy, fluid there.
And I do want to remind you before Robin gets too comfortable that Rachel has required us to eat all that food. So please don't make us look bad and not get the food eaten. Are there any questions before Robin takes the floor? Anybody want to do anything differently? Nobody?
Okay.
Yes, Rachel.
Can you guys hear?
For those of you on the phone, I hope you heard Rachel say, just be patient as these presentations are loaded. There will be the presentation on the screen. I hope the people on the phone can see it. If there's anybody who needs to let us know that that's not working, don't be bashful. If you can't hear or see, let us know. Robin, I hear no other objections to getting this ball started, so you are setting the example, so make us proud.
Oh,
Thank you.
gee. Well, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. And I wanted to start off my presentation today by just acknowledging and thanking the council for the opportunity to choose our topics of presentation for today. I think it's very important that the council and the audience get to see what the focus has been both in the year previous and as we move forward. So giving the DMOs the opportunity to choose what they want to share, I think is really a great idea. So thank you for that. Sorry, I don't know how to work this. So not advancing. Oh, thank you. Well, so by now everyone knows about the floods that happened in Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding Yellowstone country region. So we'll start with that. 1 year ago today, we sat in Lewistown at the TAC meetings, and the internet and our phones began blowing up with news and images about the flooding in the park and the Gateway communities. So immediately, with the assistance of our Windfall team, we shifted into high gear and within hours had an alternate travel
page implemented on our website and populated with the most relevant information, resources, and contacts to help the traveling public navigate the muddy waters, quote unquote, so to speak. And in the aftermath, we heard loud and clear from our partners around the region that we needed to help mitigate the often inaccurate and negative publicity that the national news was putting out. They needed us to help tell the story that the region was open for business and welcoming visitors. And so as we heard from our friends around the state, all of Montana is just one big community, and everybody wanted to help lift those communities. And so we started with a Lee Enterprises partnership with sponsored articles and social promotion and e-blasts, letting everyone know not only the status of the floods and what to expect, but also encouraging our neighbors to come and visit and help support those businesses that were suffering. And we also did that through on-the-ground social media, targeting people that lived elsewhere outside of the region, but were currently in the region. Sorry, hi. I am technology challenged, apparently, so, oh, there we go. So we started with the types of messaging that we figured our role was twofold. We continued to share information about the impacted areas, but we also wanted to direct people to the places to go and things to do in other parts of the region. And so the next slides will be examples of our messaging as we navigated through the year of the various phases, the immediate aftermath, the beginning recovery, the continuing recovery, and so on. So we started with messaging of hello summer and things to do, but also including relevant information such as the know before you go. We also wanted to showcase areas of the region that were less impacted by the floods, such as Big Timber and our state parks that are located in the region, while trying to encourage and inspire visitors that were already on the ground to alter their plans and move away from the impacted areas, but to still get to experience a lot of the region that may not have been in their original itinerary. As part of our in-state campaign with Lee Enterprises, this is some of the content that was in the Billings Gazette and other Lee placements. And then as we began the next phase of recovery and started reaching out to our audience beyond Montana's borders and encouraging people to come back, we started with some of our direct flight cities that we already have established relationships with the travel media in those areas. We had messaging and signage in airports. We did a lot of digital targeting in those cities, as well as newspapers, both digital and print, in all of those areas. And so the next slides will be some of that coverage. This is a couple examples of our airport signage. This is one of the placements in a publication, the Seattle Times, talking about the adventure that awaits outside of the park and while we wait for the park to reopen. And Houston, an experience in the park without the crowds, or I'm sorry, outside of the park without the crowds. Dallas Morning News, Boston Globe. And again, as we broadened our horizons with getting the word out and trying to inspire people to come back to the region, we did a lot of marketing campaigns in a number of different venues and platforms, and included both digital, social, and in traditional travel publications such as Sunset Magazine and Texas Monthly. Here's some of the content from that. The Yellowstone is more than a park in Montana, it's a whole country, became our focal messaging point. Again, trying to emphasize that getting off the more heavily traveled areas or the flood impacted areas, that there was so much more to see and do across the region. So depicting some of those activities. We also worked closely with a number of flood response influencers. Most of you in the room will know at least a couple of them. Melinda Harrison, Traveling Mel, she's based out of Livingston, and has done a number of work with the other DMOs around the state, and Andy Austin, of course, based out of Bozeman and Billings, and also has done a lot of work across the state. They partnered with us to help tell the stories about returning to the communities and what there was to see and do. And then Karen Shore, an influencer out of the Phoenix area, was already in market to do some work for a private entity, so we extended her stay to work with us to do some social media content for us. And this is some examples of that. This is a Traveling Mel post. Some of the reels from Andy and Mel. And one of the blogs from Karen. And then as the seasons began to change and we transitioned into fall and winter promotion, we continued, of course, with all of our recovery messaging, but also with the idea in mind that we needed to inspire potential visitors that might have had to cancel their trips to the region and or alter them in some way. We wanted to inspire them to think beyond the summer season and think about the destination as a fall and winter ideal location, and for all the reasons why that would be a great opportunity for them to rebook that trip that they may have canceled or changed. So we did that through all of our own placements, as well as a number of joint ventures with both Brand Montana and partners across the state. And again, some of the examples, the detour to Montana's Yellowstone country, and we focused with our taglines of Back to Adventure, the peak of winter, and more of the winter messaging. And again, as I mentioned, partnerships with our DMOs across our region as well as outside of the region. And our Winter is Waiting campaign. And as we continue with the post-flood marketing segments along with our traditional marketing messaging, we are continuing with our social media, our digital placements, our influencer marketing, and we are currently hard at work with Windfall and our board of directors team working on finalizing our fall and winter placements for this coming season, and we will make those final decisions in June. So I wanted to share, before I transition to the second topic that I wanted to cover, I wanted to just share one of our short Travel Ranger videos with you.
Greetings from Montana's Yellowstone country. Yellowstone National Park is open and spring is a great time to visit. But here, Yellowstone is more than a park. In Montana, it's an entire country. So before hitting the road, let's make sure you're prepared. First tip, it's important to stretch. If you spend a lot of your time looking at a screen, your neck will need a wider range of flexibility to get the full view. Tip number 2, be mindful of your impact on the communities and outdoor spaces you visit. They're special and we all want them to stay that way. Our gateway towns are full of fun places too, so you'll always want to bring a hearty appetite. That's tip 3. If you leave that at home, don't worry, you can pick up one here. So go ahead and plan your trip. Montana's Yellowstone country is waiting. Adventure on, travelers. Greetings from
Issues and impacts. We were behind the scenes working on a lengthy rebranding process under the direction and guidance of Windfall and our team at the agency. And through that process, we came to the conclusion that we needed to rethink some of our long-term vision and goals and retool those a little bit, as well as then adapt our strategy to address those changes. And as tools to help us stay on task with that, not only did Windfall help us to define and design a new logo depicting our brand, but also the tools for us to carry forward and stay on task with that. So they developed a brand guide with a couple examples to show you of the content of that helps us. We're able to share this with all of our partners, both public and private sector, and to help us have synchronicity of our messaging as well as our promotional efforts and anything that we do. So, a couple examples, if I can get of some of the content in there, just talking about branding and how to address that from within your organization and or as you're partnering with other entities. And as I talked about, a style guide to help have synchronicity of what our creative content looks like. And then with that, of course, came a new look website and the new look logo that you can see at the top of the slide. And the website is much more drilled down and focused to help us really target what visitor needs are and what they're seeking and how to help them orient in the region. So with that, I invite you to adventure on in Montana's Yellowstone country, which is also the tourism destination of the year, because I can't get the slide to advance, but and also as a shout out to the wonderful work that Windfall does to us or does for us is they were on our behalf winners of a National Addy Award for our winter wellness that they produced, our video. So with that, I'll take any questions. Now or forever hold your peace.
Does anyone have questions for Robin?
I just want to applaud you, your agency, and all of the partners in Yellowstone country for the remarkable, nimble recovery efforts. Good job.
Took the village, but so thank you.
Robin, thank you again. We appreciate all of your hard work. I would ask that as you follow the agenda, Belgrade, you're up next. I failed to ask this question as Robin came up and I introduced her myself, but when you come up to the microphone, not everybody in the room knows everybody. So will you please say who you are when you get to the microphone? That would help. And then I have also got Alicia keeping time. So if any of you approach your allotment of time, she's going to raise the blue megaphone just up a little bit to get your attention. You got about a minute when you see the megaphone lifted, okay? The Belgrade representative, are you here? Are we on the Zoom with Belgrade?
Yes, you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Lisa, is that you?
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
All right, very good, Lisa. We will pass the baton to you.
All right, well, my name is Lisa Beatty, and I'm the Vice President of the Belgrade Chamber. I'm presenting today because we are in the middle of a big transition. We are in the process of hiring a new executive director. Both Christy and Hannah moved on to other positions. Christy left us midwinter and Hannah left us this spring. And so we miss them, but we're looking at this as a great opportunity to continue the growth in the Belgrade community that we see. And we feel like the opportunity we have now to bring in a new executive director, and we redid the job description with the idea that they would carry the tourism, they would carry the what we do here in Belgrade into the next level. The community is growing rapidly, and we want this executive director to be able to embrace the growth and not just try to keep up with it. And so we're excited about that. We've received, I believe we're at 8 different applicants now. And there are several of them that we feel will fit the bill of what we're hoping to do in the community. I've been familiarizing myself with the grant. That's one thing I do have to say is it was, as much as we hated to see the change in leadership, it's been really good for the board because we wanted to take our time and we wanted to familiarize ourselves with things that we, you know, how easy it is sometimes when you have capable people to just not put the effort in to learn all the things that we should be learning as a board. And so we took advantage of that, and we tried to familiarize ourselves with many of the things that we just let go by the wayside, or just, you know, kind of knew about, but didn't really put a lot of effort into learning. And so I have enjoyed reading through the grant. I've enjoyed really understanding the process that was put into place as far as some of the concerns that we had in the area where the area is hard to navigate, and some of the future money we would like to continue to put that into finding better ways to get Belgrade on the map as far as people being able to get around it better. I was educating myself on the joint ventures, and I think that is going to be a very valuable thing in the future. And then when I look at the product that I just saw with the Yellowstone County and the way that they are representing, I think that's would be a very good thing for us to jump into and be part of that. And so I don't have a lot more to say than that, but I am excited about the future of the chamber, and I'm excited to see who we get in our leadership and what that looks like for the growing community of Belgrade. So I will answer any questions to the best of my ability, but I might need to get back to you on some of those if anybody has any questions. So.
Lisa, this may be a question you can't answer, but we were expecting a presentation today of your actual marketing plan. Are you prepared to do that this morning?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Lisa?
Lisa, this is Glennis, and do you have a time frame for hiring a new executive director?
Yeah, we actually, these today and tomorrow, they're doing many of the interviews. And so we're hoping by mid-June or by the end of June is our plan.
Lisa, is the author of your plan, the plan that was approved by the marketing committee, are they still involved with the Belgrade DMO?
No, both Christy and Hannah were the ones that put this plan into place, and they are both, they've both moved on.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, Lisa, thank you. We will.
This is Alicia. I've got a plan, Lisa. Hi, Lisa. I'm Alicia. With the unsettlement here and it being a few weeks, is the volunteer board familiar with the plan and ready to execute it beginning July 1 if no executive director is in place?
I believe that we have people on the board that would be able to do that, yes.
I have a follow-up question to that. There'll be some completion reports coming due soon, within next few weeks? Oh, okay. That was a moot point. Sorry, I gave you a mid-sentence stop because I was looking across the room. I guess, just a concern is if there is delay and we approve your plan today, if there is a delay in hiring, because sometimes we know candidates don't show up or they show up or they're not great, and sometimes you have to have a field search. where is the confidence level with the board that they'll be able to execute this plan in the interim until a director is located, if that takes longer than mid-June?
Well, one thing that we have done, and I don't know if Daryl is there today, but we have tapped into to Bozeman a bit to just gain some knowledge about different things, because several of us are really flying blind on this to a point. And so I do believe he has offered to be a resource for us. So I believe that between us being able to talk through things with him and kind of get an idea, and just looking to him to help us work through some of that, I do feel like we have a resource that we can draw on to get those things done. We do have a couple board members too that have been working closely with him that just were not available today to for various family reasons. And so I do believe that we, if we take advantage of working with Bozeman, that we'll be able to complete these. And I guess I would just personally say that I would take leadership on making sure that that gets done.
Great, Daryl, do you want to come up and speak into the mic and chat a little?
Daryl Schlimm, CEO of Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce. Lisa, thank you for getting on today. And we knew during the transition that was going to be a tough spot. So I have met with their board of directors for about 2.5 hours. Just kind of went through their whole organization, looked at the tourism plan that was submitted. I think they have very capable hotel owners that serve on the board, or past hotel owners, along with Lisa taking responsibility. I have confidence that we will offer to help. I think with Robin Hoover in Yellowstone Country too. I think until they find the right executive, and I think it's important for them to take their time with the financial reports and everything else to get to Barb. I have offered services to work with their board of directors until such time they put somebody in place. And so I have all the confidence in the world that Belgrade will be successful, and they're going to take their time to find somebody futuristic to look at what the new Belgrade has to offer, not only from the tourism side, but from the chamber side too.
Thank you, Daryl. Any other questions for Lisa? We'll have a chance as we vote on this a little later to further comment. So Daryl, you are already at the table, and we'll let you transition now to the Bozeman discussion.
Thank you. Daryl Schlimm, CEO of Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce. Just want to, first of all, I had 2 scripts written because I think Chair Felicia, you kind of said we could go off script, but my family suggested I do the professional version for the committee today versus going off script that would be here. So I do want to, again, thank the chair, the committee that's here, and also would like to thank most of all, Barb, for all the work that you do in working even in the transition with Belgrade and having discussions. And most of all, I think where we're at today for the friendly meetings that we have with all the regions, the CVBs. Jan Stoddard, I want to wish her the best. I want to thank her for her service to this organization, the board, and being one of us, transferring into a TAC person, transferring into a state government official, I think shows that footprint of what success can be for having us here today. With that, I'll start the Bozeman. Well, I do not. I only have the print copy with me. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, do that. I'll go call. Thanks.
We have a few logistic things with the Bozeman presentation. Daryl will work those out. Gardner, are you ready? Okay, she jumps up. Here we come. All right, if no one objects, then we'll jump to Gardner and keep it going here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Teresa Petkoff. It's crazy to think that this is actually the first time that I'll be presenting this marketing plan in person. I began as executive director of the Gardner CVB and Chamber of Commerce in February of 2020. And last year I was very prepared, and then suddenly I was not. So I just want to say thank you to everyone in this room for helping me through the last 3 years, and especially from June 13th on. It's really been a whirlwind ever since I started in the executive director role, and I'm excited to get this plan underway. So since the TAC graciously gave us so much freedom in these presentations, I was very excited about that. So thank you guys for that as well. I'm really excited to kind of present a plan that I feel like I've been trying to execute for 3 years. And now moving forward, I think I can do that. So I was going to highlight how we kind of fit into each category and what I plan to implement, or what we plan to implement and continue on through the destination marketing, destination development, and destination management roles at the Gardner CVB. So Gardner is still overwhelmingly a destination marketing organization. We plan to continue our online digital marketing efforts through Google keyword ad campaigns, as well as highlighting the winter and shoulder seasons. We'll also be doing just regular Google search campaigns as well. We will continue placing print ads in key advertising media, like the one that you see here was in the Yellowstone Journal this year. I'd also like to expand our video and social media content, where this does take a lot of time and effort to gather the content and then execute it. Short-form video, as I feel like most of us know, is very popular and probably the best way that we can reach our travelers, whether that be through the destination management categories or just encouraging them to come as well. I think that's really where moving forward lies, through social media. Through destination development, and this is probably what I am most excited to do, would be updating our visitor center through signage. We still have our old logo on most of our building signage, as you can see here. So just updating that for our travelers so that everything is more uniform and people can be led to our public restroom facility much easier is our top priority. That is definitely our number one question. In the summer of 2021, we had over 90,000 visitors travel through our doors from May to October, which was a very large increase over 2019, which I consider to be the last regular year of travel. Another exciting area that we plan to do is installing a live video feed camera. What you cannot see here is, but if you were to face in our doorway in front of our visitor center and look forward, that's actually the north entrance gate there to Yellowstone National Park. So installing a camera would really help us promote our area and show travelers in real time what the conditions are like. I don't think people understand the proximity that we have to the north entrance gate until I tell them that as I'm chatting on the phone with them, I can see the entrance there. So I'm really excited to do that as well. And destination management, I'm really excited to continue the Recreate Responsibly messaging. I think that really helped our travelers, educating them on how to utilize their safe trash canisters, continuing with that messaging of being nice and being kind. Moving forward is really exciting. I was very excited for expanding our role as a DMO last year too. Then looking forward into FY24. This year, I look forward to being one of the only roads in Yellowstone National Park that is not under construction. I think that's a really big highlight there. I look forward to the events returning to our area. We did not, unfortunately, get to have it, the annual Garter Rodeo last year, so that is really exciting. These events, we don't have a ton of events in the summertime, but I think these events really help bring the visitors and our locals together. I look forward to showcasing our quiet winters and our quiet springs in hopes of more travelers. This year, the wildlife activity, the wildlife activity moving forward is anything like it was this year, I just really hope everybody in this room especially gets to experience it. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and most people that's lived there for 40 years said the exact same thing. So I hope you guys can all come down and experience that. I'm also looking forward to the hopeful development of at least one of our five vacant corners in Gardner. I've heard rumors that there could be some construction happening in the fall of FY24. So, well, I guess that would be FY25. I apologize. So that's really exciting. We've had a few vacant corners for a while. So I'm crossing my fingers that we get some dining establishments in there as well. And then speaking of dining establishments, if this is any indication of how our season's going to go, I'm really excited. I spoke with a hotelier who also has a restaurant attached to their establishment just last week, and he is running out of food already. He says that this May was the busiest May that he's ever experienced. So that means that it was even busier than 2021 and 2022, which is, I think, not what I was intending to hear since we have not had visitors for so long. So I'm really looking forward to this year. And I just want to say thank you again to everyone in this room, especially Yellowstone Country and the TAC members. The outpouring of support was really overwhelming. I now know how to handle a natural disaster, I feel like. I'm sure there's things I could have done better, but I learned a lot and continue to learn a lot. So just thank you guys so much. And with that, are there any questions?
Questions for Teresa and Gardner's plan?
Teresa, we drove through there last night, and even when raining, that place was packed last night. Gardner was hopping.
It's crazy.
You cited a statistic in your presentation that 90,000 people visited your visitor center. Do you know how many people use that entrance to get into the park in a year?
I do, but I don't know the number off the top of my head. I believe in 2021 it was, I believe.
I was trying to just calculate in my head what percentage of all those people going through stop and actually visit the visitor center. So
I could
curious
look it up
math
for you.
is all.
I will say, when I told my board the 90,000 number, they did not believe me, and I went back through every single day of our recordings for our door counters of our visitor center staff, and it was not wrong.
Well, congratulations. Something must be going right if you've got 90,000 people stopping to see what's going on in there. So good work. Any from the room, any comments or questions?
1.84 million from the North Entrance.
1.84 million. Thank you, Steve.
So I was under.
All right. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Let's keep going then. Livingston? Livingston going once. Are we on the phone, Livingston? Okay, we're going to do some research to see if we can discover where Livingston might have went. How about Red Lodge? All right, here comes our Red Lodge. Okay, Chris, can you hear us? Livingston, can you hear us? Thank you for the note, Chris. I can hear you.
Sorry, I'm doing a Zoom meeting.
Lisa, would you mind muting your phone, please?
Anything else then? Okay. Did you let Dave know? Go ahead.
So Chris, you're going to get a note from Rachel asking you to accept to be a panelist. And if you could do that, we'll get you and your presentation going. Yes, and again, Lisa, if you could, Lisa Beatty, if you could mute or your Zoom app, please.
What's that?
Can you please mute your phone or your Zoom application, please.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. Could you say that one more time?
Yeah, hey Lisa. We're getting some echo from you. Can you please mute
Yes,
your phone link to, please?
Chris, I know you can hear us. Just be patient. We're working to try to get you that promotion to panelist. You should see something on your screen now.
Hello, can you hear me in Great Falls?
We've got you. You have the floor, Chris. Go ahead.
Excellent. Does that mean that I can run my own presentation, or is that something you guys are doing from your end? Rachel.
We think you can do it from there, so give it a shot.
Okay, I will do so. Very quickly.
Chris, if you're struggling with that, if you put it up, you can just tell us when to advance it and we can do that as well.
Okay, yeah, it's not opening right now. If you guys want to do it, the only thing that is active is on slide 4. There's a button to go through a little slideshow of our some of our recent marketing. And excellent. Well, thank you for your patience. And we were unable to make it to Great Falls to be with you in person because we have other meetings that we have to attend also. And I appreciate all of the support from the TAC, the freedom to talk a little bit more about some of the challenges that we've overcome and have a little bit more of a free-form presentation. And also all of the support from Yellowstone Country and Brand MT during the flood recovery, which was a big part of our last year. Okay, advance. So while we have been attracting visitors to our area for more than a century, our contemporary pressures are really making a difference on how our community is impacted. And the summer visitor boom, winter bust economic cycle is something we've been really working to address by spending most of our marketing and destination marketing on our pool season, and then working to educate visitors in our, to have improved behaviors in our busy summer season. So we changed that focusing when we took over in the summer of 2020, and we feel like that we have made some progress, and our cool season collections are up 60% since 2020. And so we appreciate the vision of our board to really pivot on, previously there was a lot more marketing of the summer when we were already not at, didn't have capacity in our hotel rooms because we don't have that many hotel rooms. And we are happy to say that there's a new hotel being built that should almost double the hotel rooms available. So that will increase our capacity. Both pandemic visitation and remote worker migration have escalated pressures on our hospitality amenities, workforce and housing, recreation access, and our small town culture in the past few years. Hospitality industry owners and workers are stressed by visitors expecting more corporate or sort of Midwestern experience. Insecure housing and workforce, new resident expectations, uneven economic seasons, and years of back-to-back crisis. And because of climate change and global crises, we believe that frequent natural and other disasters are likely, and so resilience and adaptability planning is key to our future. Last summer, responding to the historic Yellowstone flooding and closure of park's northern entrance taught us about collaborating more closely with our neighbors and exposed numerous vulnerabilities in our tourism economy. We partnered with Gardner on a Pick Your Path to Paradise shared campaign, thanks to a Brand MT grant, and strengthened partnerships with Yellowstone country and stakeholders throughout the region with frequent meetings, shared messaging, crisis response, and strategic planning. We built on our flood recovery campaign for a cool season Pick Your Path to Winter Paradise campaign. And we appreciate Brand MT bringing the Drew Barrymore show to Livingston to call attention to our destination and help with recovery. Advance. This is a poster from our shared promotion with Gardner. And we found that people really need to visualize that the roads were open. All they could see was the house falling into the river, and that overwhelmed a lot of messaging because of that visual. And so we really worked on what it looks like to have the areas that were open at that time when you couldn't get to Gardner. And there was amenities and a shared website with all sorts of different itineraries for things to do in Gardner, Livingston, and Paradise Valley. And so that shared website for the campaign is still active, but it does need some updating. And that's one of the things we learned about collaborating. Next. And here this is the part that if it doesn't look like this is a PDF, so it's not going to play the slideshow. And I will see if I can't pull that up again and make that work. But if not, it just has similar things from our marketing plan that we went through. So then our destination marketing is going to continue to be a cool season marketing campaign. And so through the winter, we're really focused on Pick Your Path to Winter Paradise. And that highlights the mixture of small town experiences that includes art, culture, history, events, food, and recreation, and reaching the experience seeker target audience through paid, owned, and earned media tactics. And we really market ourselves as a year-round arts destination. It's amazing, even in January, February, there are dozens and dozens of things to do, from live theater, live music, book readings and signings with famous authors, and all sorts of really interesting things to do that are more sophisticated than a town our size usually has to offer. And our food scene continues to be a huge draw from the drive market, as well as destination dining from our region and from travelers from around the world. Next. So our demographic is this high value, low impact experience seeker. They enjoy non-motorized winter recreation, spending at local small shops and restaurants, taking advantage of our arts and culture, and are informed and respectful of local culture and wild habitats. Experience seekers, whether they are out of state or in-state residents, long for authentic experience where they will experience both nature and access to modern and erudite amenities. Livingston is that rare place. Repeat and regional visitors are more likely to visit in shoulder seasons, return to favorite shops, eateries and hotels, and form connections and relationships in the area, creating a more stable income stream for Livingston and Park County year-round. Findings from our last fiscal year campaign and analytics, and our successful Pick Your Path to Paradise paid digital marketing campaign not only increased traffic to our website by more than 200%, but it also helped us better understand who was responding and interested in Livingston as a tourism destination and where they lived. And results from our marketing campaign show that we were most successful in reaching women ages 65 and older in our digital campaigns. It was very specific and consistent who was responding and planning their vacations to Livingston. So that really helps us going forward to have our actual demographic that dialed in and specific. Next. So our overview for destination management is that we want to educate visitors and encourage them to embrace high value, low impact behaviors in support of our sustainable tourism challenges. And so we started working on a campaign that we were going to roll out with for the love of Livingston. And then the floods happened and all of our plans, and we immediately had to pivot and focus on that. And we would like to get more feedback from the community and stakeholders and make some adjustments to this campaign. And we have started with a direction that's more Livingston like a local. That will continue to educate visitors, new residents, and connect with locals about Livingston's unique but imperiled small town culture and environmental assets. We will connect with our warm season visitors both before they arrive through our website and social media platforms, and then while they were here through strategically placed signage and eye-catching visuals throughout the community in this next fiscal year's marketing plan. Next. Our
Chris,
stewardship, yes?
You've got a minute left to wrap up.
Okay. So we want to create a strategic vision and plan for success and resiliency with input from tourism and hospitality industry and stakeholders. And so we will be incorporating learnings and best practices from other strategic planning and resiliency being work conducted across the state, forming a steering committee, using ITRR research, and we'll have a secondary follow-up survey, and then we'll be engaging with the community to build on that long-term plan with buy-in from locals. Next. Really quickly, so our primary goals and strategies are the campaigns that we talked about already and continuing to collaborate around with our partners, learning from our tourism partners, and expanding partnerships with stakeholders. Next. I'm not going to go into details since I'm almost out of time, but we do have economic resilience challenges. We talked about the seasonality, workforce housing, and we're seeing more tourism mythology with Livingston, Yellowstone, the television show, and that continues to create some conflicts. And we are anticipating the next crisis and expect there to continue to be those. And also the negative perceptions from that's happening in the legislature, particularly to our LGBTQ plus visitors and local citizens. And that continues to be a challenge for us and all our welcome message. Next. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Questions for Livingston. Glennis.
Hey, Chris, where is the Visitor Information Center in Livingston?
It's in the Chamber building on Park Street. So the Livingston area Chamber is the official Visitors Information Center, and they are funded through Commerce to do that work.
Any other questions from the table or from the room for Livingston? Chris, thank you for your patience in getting you connected to the room. I appreciate that. Thank you again for your...
I'm sorry that I wasn't able to pull up that slideshow and show that to you, but I can see that it went long anyway, so it's a good thing it didn't work.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Sherry, we won't tease you this time. You actually get to come to the table. Do we have an update on Bozeman's presentation? Thank you. Okay, Sherry, keep going.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Sherry Weimer, and I'm here to talk about the Red Lodge area DMO plan. You're probably sick of hearing about the flood at this point, but it's impossible to move forward for me without realizing what we went through last year. June 13th, 2022 in the morning, as I was attending TAC in Lewistown, I was receiving unbelievable updates as to what destruction was happening back in Red Lodge as the waters rose and the flooding began. I asked to be excused so I could get home and offer help in dealing with the damage. The next day, Jan called and very nicely asked if I'd be able to still make the presentation via Zoom. We had no power, no internet. We didn't even have water. I scrambled around and tried to find a generator. And then it was a small miracle because of many of the heroes in our town that really went beyond the call of duty. We did get power back to a third of the town, including the chamber. And so when I was able to prepare for the presentation, I made a few changes to the beginning slides, and it started with, we had had a fire just before, so we started the come hell or high water. Red Lodge will survive. Your meeting room seemed to explode. Over my microphone, I could hear the whole room clapping and cheering. That show of support will stay with me forever, and I mean that sincerely. This year, our hell will look like the Snarling Rodeo Bowl, and the high water will be a beautiful mountain lake. All right, so talk about working together. Our little town really did. We communicated and used every resource we could, starting from the top. Because we were able to reach out to our Congress people and representatives, President Biden immediately signed the emergency decree. From there on down the line, we all went into action. And talk about action. Yellowstone Country, as Robin reported, really answered the call. Some incredible marking and timely information were put into place very quickly. We could not have recovered as well as we did without this help and that of Brand MT when they also jumped into action to let the country know that we are open and back in business. So now, on to the future. We are back and we are ready. Starts with the plan. Can you move the slide forward? And here's how we organized ours. We have regular marketing, and our destination management lined out. This year, our tagline is rodeos, rallies, and revelry. The revelry, in part, comes from the Montana Renaissance Fair taking place again in Red Lodge. Thank you, Jeff Ewalt. This is the second year. They were at the Bozeman Zoo and outgrew it. So this is the second year in Red Lodge, and they're growing again. It's been amazing. Rodeos. This is the 93rd year of our Home of Champions rodeo. And rallies. The Beartooth Motorcycle Rally brings in motorcycle enthusiasts from all over the country. We take these events, all of these events and many more, and use them in our print, advertising, social media, and e-blasts. Visitor information. Whoops. Visitor information. You all do such a great job in advertising to get folks into the state that once they get to Red Lodge, our job is to try to keep them here longer and facilitate a great experience. Our travel planner includes all kinds of activities to keep everyone busy, and our visitor center counselors can help plan and organize the fun. One of our goals is to increase the number of travel planners that we mail out. This call to action to request a planner is included in most of our advertising, and tracking these stats has given us valuable information as to who is interested in our area and where they're coming from. We mailed out almost 2,300 travel planners in 2022. We enjoyed visitors from all over the country, but the numbers show that our drive market visitors coming in from the east is still our largest audience because we're the first ones to reach the mountains. Destination management, wayfinding. We started this process clear back in 2018, learned quickly that this process takes time. We received a tourism grant for phase 1, and with that and much other fundraising, we were able to complete construction and installation of 24 directional signs, pointing our visitors to attractions such as our wildlife sanctuary and our arts guild. Now we're working towards the goal of constructing and installing. On the right there, you'll see 4 larger welcome signs, one at each entry point to our town. This task is also proving to be a challenge. Finding available land where the signs can be placed and coordinating for approvals with the city and Montana Department of Transportation takes time and patience. I have both. Beartooth Highway. On the left, Beartooth Highway is incredibly important to us. And on the left, you'll see my grandson from a few years ago. He's intently studying all the points of interest for the drive along the way. As we all know from the 2022 ITRR non-resident study, scenic drives are at the top of the list for activities that our visitors are interested in. Much of that marketing includes stunning photography from the Beartooth All-American Road. What is an All-American Road? What does that designation mean? To be designated as an All-American Road, a byway must meet criteria for at least 2 intrinsic qualities that are nationally significant and have a one-of-a-kind feature that does not exist elsewhere. The road or highway must also be considered a destination unto itself. That is, the road must provide an exceptional traveling experience so recognized by travelers that they would make a drive along the highway a primary reason for their trip. There are only 37 in the country. Happy Trails, another destination management piece. In an effort to help educate our visitors as how to navigate our area respectfully, as so many of you are doing, we worked with our TBID to create this piece. In order to hopefully get people to keep it and read it, our brochure includes a hiking map, map of our town, and a fun list of things to do. When we reprint, I hope to update to follow the Leave No Trace that Brand MT will be using. Here's my budget. Whoops. We call it tiny but mighty. My thought for this year, my dream is that we get to enjoy a fun, busy summer and winter, and in so doing are able to get all of our businesses back on track and prospering. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for Sherry? Alicia?
I do. Congratulations, Sherry. It was a day of recognition in Red Lodge on a Wednesday in May for Sherry after she was entered into the congressional record by U.S. Representative Matt Rosendale for her dedication to the community following last June's floods. The congressional record is the official record published by the United States Government Publishing Office. Sherry earned her spot through her commitment to Red Lodge. Congratulations, Sherry.
Glennis, go ahead.
I do recall last year's presentation was so memorable, and kudos, because I also recall a number of years ago the introduction of the new Red Lodge brand. Congratulations to you and your community for sticking to it and delivering on the brand promise and continuing a beautiful wayfinding program and your fully integrated branding. Well done.
Thank you so much, Glennis, and thank you, Alicia, for mentioning that. It was, I really appreciate you guys sharing that award with me. It was quite a year.
Thank you.
Nice job, Sherry. Thank you. Technology crew, who would you prefer next, Bozeman or West Yellowstone? No one. Oh, well, there's an interesting solution. As you two tend to figure it out, may we invite Missouri River Country up? Okay, so the chairwoman is giving me a whisper that she has a research committee report that wasn't necessarily listed on the agenda. So I will ask the group if there's any objections to a quick research report while our technology experts figure it out. All right, Alicia, please.
Oh, thank you so much for your grace. I was so excited going through all the committee reports. By the way, Council, we'll be looking for a volunteer to chair the research committee if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty and statistics. And quite frankly, I think magically delicious data that is available to us here in the state. I welcome anyone wanting to chair that and take it on. So with that, out on front here on the table and on the Tourism Advisory Council website is a link to this so magically delicious research and all the cool things that ITRR has been working on. And I encourage you to go through that and click on the links with the PDF on the website. That's easier to click the links, but it's really cool stuff going on. And Megan, if you can stand up and raise your hand, there she is. That is the person for you to chat with, all things research. And so again, a really cool publication. Mike just put it up front here if you want to get it and take a look at it. And so concludes my research committee report, unless anybody has any questions. For the board, it is in your packet in front of you. You have said PDF. I'm not really on.
Okay, we're going to continue. I got the thumbs up that West Yellowstone could go next. Katrina, are you on the line? Are you able to hear us? Has she been promoted to a panelist? Katrina, can you give me a hello? Well, we're batting 1,000 here. We got her presentation up and she's gone. Can somebody help me get a hold of Katrina in West Yellowstone to let her know we're ready for her? Robin? Robin, Katrina left the meeting. Can you reach out to her and let her know we're ready for her? Thank you, ma'am. As we hunt down Katrina, our research arm in Missoula has also printed that infographic that many of us saw at the governor's conference. If you have any use for that, there's a pile of them back there waiting for your taking, so please don't miss the chance. Information infographic from ITRR. Rachel, can you see Katrina yet? Okay. Hey, Daryl, are you ready? Okay, are you sure? All right, I'm sorry for the bouncing around, but if you are ready, I believe most of us are here ready to hear you, so I would ask that you proceed.
Okay, we'll start over then. Good afternoon by now, maybe evening even. TAC Board, thank you. Daryl Schlem, CEO, Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce. Just want to thank you, first of all, for all the hard work you do and be able to present Bozeman's slideshow today. There it goes. Oh, all right. Thank you, Rachel. For some reason, my phone and computer don't like your emails either. So, but that's okay. Well, now, again, so looking back, want to cover kind of the changes that we see coming into Bozeman with success. I think a lot of times people look at the opportunities we've had in the last 6 years has been the most prosperous years for our hotels, for real estate, for almost MSU growth, airport growth, everything that's with that. But with that comes a lot of opportunities to be able to fix and look ahead. And I think for the last 2 years, our tourism industry has somewhat been spoiled by having the high average daily rates and also high occupancies that have been out there. So we do have some things that we have to look at. I'm hoping that this will unify more so all the regions, CVBs and DMOs across the state, because there's a lot of things that maybe tourism doesn't look at in here, but when you look at sports tourism, even within our own state, with the Montana High School State Association coming out saying we're not going to meet in Bozeman anymore because the hotel industry rates are too high, we're going to move to some other communities. Well, we have to do something in Bozeman to be able to offset that, and I don't want to say, Missoula, look at your rates, Butte, look at your rates, because if you go on and look at all the different communities that hold Montana High School State Association tournaments, the rates are fairly equal across the board. It's just that Bozeman from legislation on down is like, well, that's Los Angeles. They get everything. It's just Bozeman. It's just Bozeman. So we've got to counteract that, and we don't want to do that with our partners across the state to think that we're attacking their organization. And part of it is serious. It's 40% drop and decline we see from Montana residents coming into Bozeman. Hands off. We look at that. We've met with all the hotel groups. And we looked at the October through December and January playoff games, and all of our hotels were not sold out during that time period, which is very unusual. People were choosing not to spend $500 a night for hotels, driving back to their communities, and therefore leaving millions of dollars of economic impact for loss for our area. So we have to take it serious. It's just that we do not want to come out with a marketing campaign that says something negative against the rest of the community. It's raw data and facts that we have teams that travel to other communities too. They're paying the same high ADRs for the state association tournament. So we met with the state on that also. And the other part is FCS playoff basketball or football championship games. So we're at risk that we're asking one hotel to take a $40,000 hit if the Bobcats were to get beat at home, because you have to guarantee those rooms 2 weeks out. So if they get beat, you have less than 4 days to fill in a hotel of 100 and some rooms for fill-in traffic during the middle of winter. So anyway, so we do have some opportunities and challenges in front of us that we will have to work. I think we'll get through that. Again, historically, we focused on destination marketing, increase awareness. I think this is going to be more important as we see the state budgets and what the state programs and marketing that's out there. We still have to keep our presence and international presence that are out there. But at the same time, we're seeing what I think most communities are seeing, the resident sentiment that we'll send out to the survey. We're going to send it out to the whole state of Montana, along with other visitors that come through, basically to get an idea of what the rest of the state feels about Bozeman and tourism and coming to Bozeman to be able to be there. So the last phrase kind of, I guess I'm turned 62 in September. I guess the outside kind and be good to Bozeman campaign, having to line item budget CVB dollars and also Tourism Business Improvement District dollars to tell people to be nice to each other is beyond my ever years of age. So it really amazes me that we have to tell each other to be nice to each other and take care of the stewardship of the land we have. But that's what we face, that's what we'll do, and that's how we'll move forward. Again, we'll continue to do Yellowstone National Park as a hub, but we are finding more and more people coming down for exceptional dining, entertainment, culture. And again, it's something that we do want to take not our eyes off of, but when we see that kind of a decline in state, we definitely have to get a better reputation that's out there, showing the assets that we have. And we have to work with our hotels and businesses that are there to make sure that we are not priced out of the range for people to be able to come from within the state of Montana to visit us. My goals, basically, I've kind of covered that already, looking at increasing our in-state, our tactics, using earned media and participating to go through joint ventures with Brand Montana, Yellowstone Country, and continuing to stay focused on our airline markets. We do think that it's strong for us to continue to grow the airlines. We think it's been a good strategy for us to continue to support direct flight markets and in-flight markets to come here, and then looking at the subsidiaries around it, what other markets we can look at to be able to market us as a destination. Destination stewardship, we have a lot of partners that are already 6 that are in here, the Gallatin Valley Land Trust. We have several other partners that we're working with in the Be Good to Bozeman. We're doing some campaigns, advertising, actually businesses that put packets together to be able to hand out with $10 gift cards for downtown dollars for people to be able to use at a restaurant, kind of making people aware of, be good to our land, be good to each other, being able to come into it. So we do have great partnerships in this. We'll continue to expand on it. Again, it's one of those things, as stewardship, I think all of us here in Montana that live it, hike it, work it, boat it, always have taken care of it. And to keep that educational process for the next generations coming forward is what we'll have to continue to do to make sure we have this great asset. Again, continue to increase the organization stewardship, and a lot of it's through partnership. We're raising money from whatever the CVB or DMO would put money into. We also have 5 other partners, and we do radio ads, we do TV ads, stream ads. We're looking at the fly fishing campaign coming up now is, be kind to the streams, pick up your hooks, those types of things coming out. And we seem to get some very good traction coming back on a different audience than what we've seen before tracking in. So I must say there has been some upside for destination stewardship and doing the marketing that's out there. Destination management, I think it behooves all of us to manage, like I said, the asset we have. It's a business that we see ongoing, the state of Montana, and I know that overall I would hope that we continue to look at the sentiment of the visitation. But I think if you look at the sentiment for visitation, you almost have to go to the next slide. And at the bottom, I know the numbers are too hard to see right now, but almost 89% of the people in our community recognize that the economic impact is great. They love it. It keeps their businesses afloat. They continue to move forward. And on the bottom side of that, you look at there's 82%, and we'll gladly share this data with anybody that will want it. 82% of it wish that we didn't have that volume of people coming through to provide 89% of the economic impact. So there's a disconnect from the same person taking the survey that doesn't want you here, but yet their families and businesses are economically generating from it. So we'll continue to work on educating our businesses, what it means to us, methods of engagement with our businesses to be able to come through. Our annual budget, again, we're very blessed. I think that number is $605,272. We have about $1,500,000 for the Tourism Business Improvement District. I think we do a very good job between the two, combining all of our marketing packages into one, including the Chamber of Commerce. With that, when we raise money, we send one message out to our businesses and to visitors and tourists alike that be able to come through. So we actually operate on probably somewhere near a $2.5 million budget that matches and part of that $605,000 would be what the rest of the tourism side is. And our challenges, it's no different than anybody else would have. On the last slide, we're looking forward. Our economic concerns for visitors, I mean, it truly is if our hotel prices, gas prices, rising inflation, and if the word's getting out there that Bozeman is just too high priced to be able to be there, then we have to send different messages either from our businesses and meeting with them. And I know we've met with our hotels and we've asked them now to sign contracts that would honor in-state discounts and those types of things. So in order to carry that out and make sure we have success coming in 24 and 25, this was too big of an undertaking for me to continue to do this solely. I've hired a new director of tourism and sales. Brianna Wolf, unfortunately, could not be with us today. She is back in my office, probably cursing me right now because I put her under the stress to get our PowerPoint presentation here today. So she's learning a little bit how to work with their CEO on the fly too. So thanks. So again, and I think this spills over into the economy overall. Part of it, when I said in the beginning, I was a little bit serious when I looked at it. Looking at 10 years ago, when the TAC, we said, well, we shouldn't do any convention center or convention meeting marketing. My fear is the direction we're going is now we're reducing $10 million from a budget. Not saying that it's right, wrong, or indifferent that it goes to economic development, but once we should have learned from Colorado and others when they can't, once you lose that market, it's going to take us 10 years to get back up. And I'm challenging Bozeman and other regions of DMOs to work together as tight as we can to market our regions border to border, to make sure that we don't have a hiccup in what we see as one of the #1 generators of revenue coming into our areas. Because we have a lot of stuff. We have workforce housing issues. We have workforce issues. We have urban camping. You've got daycare. You have urban transportation districts. It's all economic impacts that will affect tourism at the same time if we're not taking care of our economies. And so overall, I just hope that our regions learn to, yes, compete, but I think we need to be more joined at the hips more now than ever with the uncertainty of the direction maybe tourism may be going. So with that, I'll be silenced and thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Very well done. Any questions from the group here? From the room?
Daryl, it's Alicia, and you might have addressed this, but what can the city do when people are sitting downtown eating outside on Main Street and we're enjoying the nice tourism, and it's the incessant honking of horns of people not wanting to wait for people walking across the street when they have the right of way? I know we can't tell people to be nice, but I mean, this is...
Our resolve, I think, this summer is they tore up Main Street to put in a new sewer line, so it'll be blocked off most of Main Street. Well, that's not a permanent.
So this was open containers downtown all summer. Okay, so, very good.
Hey, but seriously, we get that even with the truck routes. And Alicia, we've been trying to work on this for years to get Main Street is an international or national truck route. Put up by the National Trucking. We just want them to take the Belgrade exit, go up 191, not go through town unless you have to. It's the same way with the semis and Jake braking coming through. We get that it's not pleasant to be outside. And I think the city can. Again, I don't like to get into politics, as though most of you know. I think you have to have strong leadership at the city first that's willing to take a stand and protect their community. I don't see that strong leadership at this time. Protecting that, but I think that we need to, as a chamber and business community, continue to listen to those needs and concerns before we lose a Main Street downtown.
Great, thank you, Daryl, and it's a pleasure being on your marketing committee. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Daryl, this is with so you're going to help support Belgrade. Once again, another fantastic plan in place. And with you guys implementing your own, how much time do you see in helping Belgrade?
So I've committed, and it's been part of the strategic hire for me for destination management. I don't want to be premature when I say this and be outside of Lisa and her group. But we've actually talked about, we already have 2 joint committees. We have the Gallatin Valley Tournament Committee between the Belgrade and Bozeman Chamber. We have the Gallatin Valley Agricultural Committees between the 2 of us that are already joint. Our membership cross each other. So we're talking long range down the road that we're looking at what's the benefit of our 2 organizations having a dual membership and working on programming that's good for both Belgrade downtown and us and keeping separate where it's at. I've dedicated the amount of time that they need. I hope my ill will today and not sending the presentation and getting that there doesn't bode bad on me. But I've dedicated all the time that they need to have, and my board of directors have said, yes, do that too. So whatever it takes from their board of directors to reach out and do. They invited me to their organization. I want to thank them for that. But I do think that strength in numbers with us will be good. And I do like the direction that their board of directors is going. I have a lot of confidence in there. They have a lot of discussions, and they're learning about their organization. So any of you that are on the board of directors, I don't have to tell you that. Make sure you know what your organization is. Belgrade board's just now learning about their organization, and kudos to them because it's a new board looking at new lights going forward.
All right, it is my understanding that Katrina is suffering from COVID symptoms and is not going to make the presentation today. So I will turn the microphone back to the chairperson who will walk us through, unless Robin tells me something else.
We're all on the same page. Thank
Alicia,
you, Mike.
welcome to West Yellowstone.
Thank you. You know, I love West Yellowstone, and I used to do sales, marketing, and PR for 4 hotels down there. So I can kind of do this well, but if it's all right, I'm just going to stay here and do this. So great. So go ahead, we can continue on. So I'm going to be pretty brief here. West Yellowstone had very similar issues that we've seen in our other gateway communities this year, flooding, impacts of visitor experience, and such like that. And so they're all kind of breathing a sigh of relief and hoping that things go well. But with their tactics, their marketing, and expanding their effectiveness in social media, going to continue with the travel and recreate responsibly. They're going to enhance their visitor experience and go through some professional development and educational opportunities. They want them to fall in love with the heart of Yellowstone, and that's kind of how they're positioning themselves. The goal, oh, this is so good. What a great slide. Track the effectiveness of our marketing programs by monitoring and reporting on our paid and earned media, social media, website users, and travel planner distribution. Great metrics there. Got some comparables. High increase from COVID, 30% decrease due to the flood last year, put together with much lower estimated collections for FY24 is why we're estimating against 2019. Well, that's pretty smart. We plan to be diligent with our paid money media focused mostly on digital. Goal 2, promote responsible travel and recreation to both visitors and residents. Hosting Leave No Trace trainings, incorporate travel like a local, and incorporate Leave No Trace principles into their print media. That was a quick budget. I feel like it's like what we do here. It's like, oh, about the money. And then destination development, improve the visitor experience by interfacing with the staff of local businesses and visitor information centers. That's really helpful. I'm gonna date myself by saying we used to have a travel host program in this state, and it's kind of fun to see the local DMOs kind of taking that up again. And boom, here we have the budget. So we've got the forecasted budget, a little over $430,000, a good portion of that going to paid media. Looks pretty good, yeah, and there are opportunities. Continued focus on actively marketing to eliminate the pass-through town impact that we begin to see. Oh yeah, that's a big deal in West, and I think it is in a lot of communities. It's like, because you can make that turn, right? We could all visualize West Yellowstone, and you come in and you take a left to go into the park if you're coming from Bozeman or Big Sky, and then boom, the whole town's on your right, and you've missed it all. So that's great. That's a great focus. And then the flood aftermath continues. Geographic markets continue to fluctuate with international travel, and new residents to the state and region are an opportunity. So it's good. Thank you, Mike. With that, I conclude Destination Yellowstone's marketing plan presentation, and I ask for any questions.
Anything to add? Anybody in the room?
Brenda, I saw your hand up. No? Okay.
This is an auction and you just bought it. Yeah. All right. I think we have concluded, unless I've missed somebody, the entire Yellowstone Country group of presentations. Is that a fact? Anybody want to argue? Glennis.
I noticed that Big Sky is tomorrow.
Thank you, Glennis. You noticed correctly. Brad had a conflict today and needed to move his presentation to tomorrow in order to be here in person. So we agreed to move him to the end of our session for his own conflict. Thank you for noticing. So other than Big Sky, did I miss anybody else in Yellowstone Country? All right, so if you all will bear with me for a moment, I'm going to read a motion that I'll be looking for someone to confirm and then second. but I'm going to put it all on the table so it's officially in the record and you won't have to say it again. I'm asking for a motion to approve the 2024 DMO plans and budget proposals as presented for the following. Yellowstone Country with a budget of $3,049,141. Belgrade with a budget of $77,236. Bozeman with a budget of $605,272. Gardner with a budget of $44,341. Livingston with a budget of $61,600. Red Lodge with a budget of $39,920. And West Yellowstone with a budget of $437,982. I would seek a motion, please.
I'll make motion.
I have a motion and a second. Again, these were all recommended for approval by the marketing committee. We're now validating that as a whole board. So we basically repeat the whole process again. So we have the 2, 4, 6, 7 plans and their respective budgets. A motion and a second. Any questions, Steve?
So I got a question for you on Belgrade. Any thoughts or comments on Belgrade, given the fact that the plan was done by people who are no longer here, not discounting the effort and going forward and working with Bozeman? I'm just throwing it out there. And I do have two other questions, but go with that one first.
Let's stay with Belgrade. Chris, I sense from your questions of Daryl, you might have some thoughts in your head. Do you have a question?
No, I think Daryl did a good job presenting his support and their support for Belgrade and making sure they have enough time and energy to support with all their continuing joint projects and support with Belgrade.
Thank you. Glennis?
Yeah, I had a little heartburn over the transition in directors, but Daryl, thank you and your staff for giving them support. And I wasn't aware that they were in such transition when the marketing committee convened, but I appreciate Lisa making it clear the involvement of the board and the local support that they have. A little disconcerting, but I feel we have to give them a chance to fulfill their plan.
So does it make sense, and possibly for the marketing committee, sometime late August, September, or sometime in that time frame, to have a conference call, Zoom call with the executive director for Belgrade to go over, to verify? I mean, just as an acquaintance, you have somebody that's coming in basically is adopting what has been said and put into place, and whether or not the changes. So that would be my comment, is that probably push it down to the marketing committee to go ahead and have a meeting with them, but approve it as is. And if there are problems, then you can adjust it at that time.
Those of you on the marketing committee are aware, the rest of you may not be, but we had a very parallel or similar conversation about Glendive, which we'll be talking about today. And that proposal is coming with a do not pass recommendation from the marketing committee for very similar reasons as we just discussed with Belgrade. So for those of you that are wondering why we're having this conversation, there is a little bit of angst in that the parallels are not being necessarily executed the same way. So I too have heartburn, Glennis, and I respect that they may be farther down the road than what we were told Glendive was, with the support of a very active Bozeman team member right down the street. I think I can get there, but that's the reason for the hesitation for the rest of you. Any other comments?
I support your comment too. I think with the if it wasn't for Bozeman's guidance, I definitely would have some concerns.
So the other comments is, and I guess it would be handled as a increase. So if Livingston, Red Lodge, if what goes through with SB 540, and there's an increase into those CDBs, I'm assuming that would be accounted as a marketing, just as an increase in their marketing budget, or their budget increase. Is that how that would be handled if that is done for fiscal year 24?
I'm smiling because I have no idea whether that will be done or won't be done. But I'm looking at Barb to say if that changes and their minimums are raised, it would be just treated as an added budget authority and can be just I guess assumed at the time of knowing that. But I'd like to have that discussion with Scott today. So for everybody's benefit, including Barb's, let's hear what he thinks he might be thinking regarding that. Okay? But thank you for asking.
I do want to go back to what Steve said about having Belgrade check in or having someone new in that position. It'd be beneficial for them to have a TAC member in marketing committee, at least check in with them and make sure that their plan is going as planned.
Well, to satisfy my own heartburn, I will make the commitment to this group that as marketing chair, I will check in with them probably more than once, just to make sure that what they have told us they are going to do and have planned is actually getting done. So I'll make that commitment on behalf of all of us. Okay.
Alicia, and I do feel Belgrade is in a little different situation than the DMO we're going to talk about later, where they have been consistent for a number of years. And I think that we haven't seen the waffling, and we'll get into that later with a different DMO, but I do think we've seen a little bit more consistency from Belgrade. And I'm very good with Mike, you doing that, and I'm happy to tag along if you want company.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? Any public comment on the motion? Saber, I'm not going to cut you out. Anything you want to say?
No, thank you.
Perfect. All right, if we're ready, then let's vote on Yellowstone Country's motion as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone abstaining? The motion passes. Thank you all. I promised that, yeah, we got through one block, folks. I promised a break. If I could ask the chair, we have a 20-minute presentation which will take us past 1:40. Can we break now for 12 minutes and come back at 1:45?
Yeah, let's break now. We'll resume at 1:45. Thank you.
Carla, you'll be up at 1:45. Thank you.
And a digital map of the locations on our website. We have a spot to put our events on and the activities in our regions. We're educating our visitors and residents of the importance of preserving our night skies. And we're promoting our rural locations. You know, it's amazing that 80% of Americans can't see the Milky Way due to light pollution. So here in Missouri River Country, we have some of the darkest skies in the lower 48. And we are continuing to work on designating Brush Lake State Park as an international dark sky park. We also have submitted an application on the national level for Montana Trail to the Stars. It's the National Extension Tourism Excellence in Tourism Collaboration Award. And so we're just kind of waiting to hear on that. So it would be great if we could get some national recognition also. And with continual support of this project, we are hopeful that Montana Trail to the Stars will increase visitation and revenue for our tourism region. Okay, so this project called Talking Trails. I'm just so excited about this. We received an Eastern Montana grant, and so therefore we're able to do this. If you search it, you go to talkingtrail.com. Don't put in trails because you won't find it. It's talkingtrail.com. And what it is, it's a mobile app that you download on your phone, and it'll bring up all these locations. And we're actually designating 40 locations throughout Missouri River Country. And it gives you the history of the area, things to do and see. And ahead of time, you can actually bring it up, and it's going to show you how to get there. If you're interested in a certain location, it'll give you directions on even how to get there. These signs, as you see here, will be at the locations, and you can take your phone up and scan the QR code and then it's going to bring up all the information. So it's just, I mean, I'm just really excited about it. And one of the other important things about this is they will provide valuable data, so we know, and it's going to be interesting for me to see which locations are actually being visited the most. Oh, here's another project we're doing. Super excited about this also. This has actually been in the works for about 2 years. So we're finally going to kick it off the ground here now. Canada, this is Southern Saskatchewan Ready and Missouri River Country. It's a cross-border promotion between the two countries. And Canada is putting in some funding also. And with the little funding of ours, we're able to get it started. I mean, after 2 years, we decided, you know, we have to start doing something here. It's going to benefit not only Missouri River Country, but probably all of Montana, because yeah, they're going to come to our region, but they're also, you know, going to spread out. So we are going to Saskatchewan, to Canada there in June, here on June 20th, our board meeting. We're meeting up there with them, and we're going to sit down at the table, and we're going to pick out a name. And through the process, we're going to do branding, and we're going to collect content, an itinerary, landing page, and in time, as money provides, we'll do a media campaign and our social media and work with PR. So yeah, that's just a exciting project that we're hoping can get some recognition for our area. We actually had them over earlier, several months ago. They came to our region, and now we're going to go to their region, and they're actually going to give us kind of a tour. So it'll be interesting to do that. So here's another project that we're working on. This is another collaborative project between Missouri River Country, Southeast Montana, Central Montana, and Yellowstone Country. We have such a vast area, and so it's going to develop scenic routes and get some recognition for the Badlands, the Breaks, and the Beartooth Mountains. Okay, so Missouri River Country, education. We are lacking, or we were 2 years ago. There was an ITRR study done, Residents' Attitude Towards Tourism Survey, and Missouri River Country really, her percentage was really low. And so we said, hey, we need to start educating our locals, our residents. So we've been working towards that last 2 years, and after 2 years, the sentiment has shifted, and we have increased. 71% of residents say that the overall benefits of tourism outweigh the negative. So, but we realize we have to continue to work on our residents. So here's the video. It's a short little video. It's just a fabulous video. Hopefully we can get the sound, but that should sound off. Okay, it's just kind of some. So that's Missouri River Country. Wide open spaces, more room to roam. I just love that video. That just really showcases our region. And that's all I have. Thanks for your time. And if there's any questions.
Thank you. Glennis, please.
Hey, Carla, what are some examples of locations that the Talking Trail will be
locations. So yeah, we're just in the process of designating those now. And the hard part of it is, but I just answer your question, you have to get permission. So I've been calling all these 40 locations and making sure I can get permission before we actually say, let's designate this one. So there's locations on BLM, there's fishing access sites, there's the museums. Of course, you know, the museums are easy. They're, you know, they don't have a problem with it. In fact, the Corps of Engineers, there's a lot of locations on Corps land around the lake. Yeah, even like some wildlife refuges, MR, Cyprian is where the elk bugle in the fall. We want to designate that one also. And now the thing is also with that is sometimes there's not cell service. So you can, there is a number where you can call there, but so that is an option also. But I just found out that they are working on trying to get cell service down at Cyprian. So,
Are there any locations or communications with tribal lands, and particularly the Buffalo Trail connection by Poplar?
we haven't done the Buffalo Ranch, but and that is one that we can still check into. But we are doing the it's connected with the Fort Peck Community College in Poplar. They have like a bookstore, a gift store, and we're going to put up a sign there. I've already talked to them. They're allowing it, and it will have information on the reservation.
Steve? Yeah, Carla, a quick question for you. The Talking Trail, is that the group out of North Dakota?
It is.
It is. Okay, so that's a question. And then the other question I had for you, your resident survey, 71% were favorable tourism, 29% were negative impact. What was the biggest comment on the negative impact from the residents? I'm just curious.
Well, they just don't want people, I mean, like, okay, so take for instance, Fort Peck Lake. And I live there. I understand. I get their side of it too. But it's, you know, people moving in, they just don't want to share their beautiful lake. And like I say, I can see that. But what we're educating is, hey, it's helping your businesses, your hotels, your restaurants. It's helping. So that's what we're trying to, you know, that's that important. I haven't exactly said come visit and go home, but because I live at Fort Peck, kind of that way.
Nicole here. How are you educating? I hear that from a lot of areas that we're educating, but I'm curious what that looks like.
So I have, we've done up a presentation. Paul helped us do a presentation, and I've been going to the chamber meetings. I was in Wolf Point here about a month ago. Wasn't real well received, to be honest with you. You know, so we got a lot of work to do. But and then we had a one sheet, you know, that we handed out, and so that's kind of how we're. But it's work.
Carla, I have a question if I could. You talked about the partnership with Saskatchewan, and you mentioned funding, and you mentioned a little bit of funding that you provide. I'm very intrigued by the concept of a cross-border partnership and compliment you for getting something done. My question is a harder one, however. What amount of money would get you to the place where you could be doing that like you hope to, as opposed to your little bit of money doing you a little bit of good? What is it that you would need to do that well?
Well, originally, and that's why this project has been stretched out for 2 years. Originally, we were told we could possibly get like 60,000 over 18 months. And that seemed to work. And then Canada was supposed to put in some money too. So if they would match that, then we're looking at 100. But so 60 to begin with, and then it got dropped down to 43, I think. And even that, you know, we were willing to, you know, work with that. Ideally, the 60,000 would be great, and you know, if I'm hoping for this extra funding, and then we will be able to take this project off the ground totally. Right now, like I say, we have to do it in stages. We don't have the money. Only do what you have the money for. So.
Thank you. Yes, Joan.
Carla, Joan Cronebush. Who in, or what organizations in Saskatchewan are you working?
It's called Saskatchewan or South Saskatchewan Ready. And it's just a little portion. It doesn't even cover the border. It doesn't even cover all of Missouri River Country. And what they're doing, it's kind of they were mainly economic, and now they want to switch over a little bit into the tourism side. That's why they contacted us, and that's how it's not a very big region at all. Theirs isn't.
Well, follow-up comment. Many, many years back, before some of you in the audience were born, Travel Montana had a Take a Two Nation vacation program, and it was wildly successful, and I won the grand prize.
Alicia, congratulations, Joan.
Yeah,
totally. How about that, eh? So with wondering too, kind of along the lines of what she was talking about, could the going up another level, the Ministry of Tourism in Saskatchewan be willing to help, or the region, going up a little higher out of that organization? Might there be some more money?
Well, right now, we're just working with that little section. Yeah, because it doesn't even include Regina. If we went up a little bit further, we could get into Regina and bring more. So I think we're just going to stick with this for now, see how it goes, and then it can, just like I say, they probably won't be just going to Missouri River Country. They're going to advance out, just like when we send people to Canada, they're probably going to advance out to Saskatchewan. When we see this happening, then maybe we can get some other, funding.
That'd be great, because the Ministry of Tourism in Alberta is rife with money and looking for opportunities. And I don't know how rife with money Saskatchewan is compared to Alberta, but it'd be worth maybe considering.
There was some, and I'm not really up on it all, but something to do with coal, and they lost something or something. So now they have to use the money for another project, and so they're working on the tourism line. I'm not really sure about the history of that, but that's kind of the gist of their side. So.
Okay, any other questions for Carla? All right, I will now ask for a motion. Yes, thank you, Carla. I will ask for a motion to approve fiscal year 24's DMO plan and budget as presented by Missouri River Country, with a budget of $217,748.
I so move, or do you need a second? I'll make the motion.
Chris will second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the Missouri River Country's plan and budget. Are there any additional comments, questions, or concerns? Anybody online? Comments, questions?
Gosh, just one quick one, Carla, on Brush Lake State Park. What is the update on that getting certified dark sky?
It's work in progress still. I'm trying to get a hold of the outdoor recreation manager for FWP. He's kind of in charge of Brush Lake now, and he had to resubmit it. It was, and then things were lost, and so the original submission, I'm not sure if he started from scratch. I don't think he did. I think he used what we had, because the main issue at that time was the lighting. And actually, if you go to Brush Lake, the lights don't even work. So it's like, yeah, but still, just because they have those lights, they have to, get that straightened out. So I think it's just a matter of the lighting. And like I said, I've been trying to get a hold of Tim with parks or with the outdoor recreation and find out what is actually going on. That he did submit it. And then one of his voicemails that he returned my call, he said, yeah, we might need your help. Well, I'm here to help. So hopefully within the year.
Any other comments, questions? All right, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve Missouri River Country as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry, Saber. And any abstentions? All right, the motion has been approved. And right according to cue, we have Southeast Montana at the table and ready to go. So please take us away.
Mike. Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Moss. I'm the Director of Marketing for Visit Southeast Montana. And we'll get started here with our marketing plan and budget. Instead of doing the whole piece about what is Visit Southeast Montana, I thought it was really fun to put in the introduction and come up with the word cloud. Often we have Jeff Ewald's name pop into that, but I X that out of all the narrative. Sorry, Jeff, we're saying goodbye. We got to do one more at you. So with Southeast Montana, another one. I like to show off a lot of our great photography. I want to start with a few of our really big wins for FY23. As Carla mentioned, we do have the Badlands to Break Sabertooth project. Visit Southeast Montana is the lead on that. And it was a very quick project that I said, hey guys, what do you think of this? And in typical Brenda fashion at the last minute, but we pulled it all together, and the concept is really a little similar to the glaciers to geysers concept that from the western side of the state, but bringing road trips, itineraries, routing from those three very major and very different geographic features of the eastern part of the state. We're super excited. We've launched the work. We're waiting. Our agency of record, Windfall, is working on the creative right now, so we're not sure if the Badlands to Break Sabertooth, which is a mouthful, but it is also very descriptive, if that's going to actually be the name. And we're doing a photo shoot coming up here in June. So with that particular grant, we have $90,000 from the state Office of Tourism grant, and then the partners kicked in. So I believe our total budget's $110,000. Set to launch, just saw our tentatively March, April of next year. So looking at the travel for the summer of 24. And this is a really important piece. And now that I know about Carla's work in Saskatchewan, that is something that potentially we would be adding for our target market with this project. So it's in development. You've heard probably also a lot about the Southeast Montana Burger Trail, which we launched at the Governor's Conference in spring of 2022. And that really did its work, the grassroots organization, grassroots marketing. And then we received a grant of $48,000 from the Eastern Montana Tourism Initiative. And I just had my call last week to start that project. It's going to have a passport and maps, more maps. And we're basically taking it to the next level. We'll be doing some earned media both at the state and on our own, and then paid advertising behind this project. So we're super excited about that. So those are two really big wins. Also, folks may or may not know that Billings Airport is undergoing a relatively large expansion and renovation, which is beautiful. And I was able to negotiate an installation at the Billings Airport, which will be revealed hopefully by the end of this month. But when you're working with TAC, the TSA, and a lot of acronyms. Maybe working with the TAC, but getting it all approved takes a lot of box checking. But I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek of what that's going to look like. We're super, super, super excited to have this. So as you're coming from the left side of this, you would be arriving in Billings or coming home. So there's another component to this, not just our visitors, but our residents, going to see the dark skies, the Trail to the Stars, and that second feature is actually at Medicine Rocks, the anchor of that particular program. You come around the corner, you see our #1 visit location, which is the Little Bighorn Battlefield and the Indian Memorial there. Our burger trail, there's QR codes and all of this, the canyon, and I forgot to mention that where you start with there's a light box, so that actually comes off the wall and there's light behind it. And then the canyon, our cowboy kind of comes off there's a plexiglass cowboy he's cut out, and he kind of comes off the wall. And we move on into our Badlands, and the other installation Billings installation had a grizzly bear, which people did tons of selfies. So we have a selfie spot with the Montana Dinosaur Trail and Makoshika. So we're super excited to have this going, and hoping to have a media event also if we can get behind the TSA with our folks. So that's what we did as our wins in FY23, including the redesign of our travel guide, which I'll pass out here in a minute. Technology and Brenda are not really one and the same. Okay. Just real briefly, characteristics and strengths of the region. Of course, our pillars have not changed. They remain the same. And for those of you who are new, we have the major interstates funneling into Billings, the state's largest city, another strength asset, but also our wide open spaces. And really, Brand MT's work to, we align with Brand MT, but also their work and effort to disperse visitors across the state. And we kind of give a little bit of relief to the national parks, some of our signature events, and then our destination development projects, which are really starting to gain momentum, as I mentioned earlier, and you will probably hear from me again. Here we go. So this information, I'm going to show a couple slides, and I'll talk about our target audience. This is from the Brand MT research that was presented to TAC back in October, and talking about their target audience, target audience. Of which I am a proud member of the Gen Z, just in case anybody else is going to, put their ID out there. And we're using that information along with a conversion study that we did along with our agency of record, Windfall, last fall. And this is one of the pieces. So we'll take the state's research and drill farther down. I think this graphic really is important to us. One of the earlier presentations, I think Red Lodge, you were talking about so much of your traffic coming from the east, and our data from this conversion study does support that. And I know that half of Red Lodge is probably related to Minnesota, so we also see that market a lot. And some more information from that conversion study. Maybe not. There we go. We're talking about which of the following factors did you apply into your decision for the next vacation. And I know you can't see them really super well, but the top bar is the sparse population. The blue one is drivable distances. And I think that's something to really think about in terms of our marketing. Affordability is that goldenrod color. I don't know about you guys, but I've seen the gas prices go up 20 cents in the last couple of weeks. So we're going to really definitely see some effects from that. The natural beauty is that brown bar on the bottom, and just below that is outdoor recreation. So we really identified our marketing opportunities there as the wide open spaces and affordability, the lodging and natural beauty and history. Last piece from the conversion study is what sort of recreational activities, and these also very much follow what Montana is known for. The goldenrod is the hiking, and then the next one is small town charm, and historical sites is the kind of the powder blue color. So those are really important pieces for us to know when we're identifying our target market. So we're looking at the Brand MT's audience, but then drilling down into the niche targets of the road trippers, specifically those from the Midwest, Western Montanans, history buffs, outdoor adventurers, and travelers on their way to and from Glacier and Yellowstone. With that, thank you. Easier if I just say next to you. How about that? But also looking at our emerging markets, the water-based outdoor recreationalists. I think I mentioned last year at this time that the Lower Yellowstone Water Trail, which runs from Hysham to the border, FWP has continued to do work on that. In addition to declaring it as a water trail, they're working on getting more access, and some of that process has taken a little bit longer. As everyone probably knows, land appraisals are all over the board. Also our night sky observers, astrotourists, and our culinary travelers. So those who are following the Billings Brew Trail, the Trailhead Treats, and the Southeast Montana Burger Trail. And then I'm just going to give a quick shout out to our James Beard Award nominees. Out of all the nominees that were in the state this year, most of them were in cities like Billings, Bozeman, Whitefish, all those that you expect, and then Little Roundup, Montana, as a James Beard nominee. So that was pretty exciting for us. Next. So really as an organization, we're looking to be destination marketing and destination development. The majority of the budget goes to the marketing and then to our traditional goals. And then the destination development is really looking at our existing projects like the Montana Dinosaur Trail, the Trail to the Stars, the Burger Trail, and the upcoming Badlands to Breaks to Bear Chicks. Overall strategy, a lot of words, basically retaining our existing foundation of marketing with our website renovation and then moving into our destination development, but really also looking to promote, to put some advertising dollars behind that destination development now that we're moving farther down the road. And also to really support our tourism partners and being that conduit between these smallest towns and Brand MT. And also we would like to do that survey again. That was a $10,000 budget item for us to survey our visitors and or those who maybe were thinking of coming and did not, and to glean those insights for then FY25. And next one. So strategic goal, very simple, continue the paid advertising at the same level, but then support that destination development. And the metric is to be increase impressions and engagement by 10%. Number two is to continue our owned and non-owned channels, creating that content, which is so important to us. By the way, there's like 2 or 3 photo shoots coming up the next 2 or 3 weeks in the region. It's very, very green in eastern Montana right now. You guys wouldn't believe it. And in my yard. Also to maximize our editorial calendar for our earned media, which is something we've been really my background and in my wheelhouse, and that metrics looking to increase that traffic by 10%. I should have thrown in a slide. Since we started working with Windfall, I believe that our traffic on our website, and it's been 6 years now, has increased something like 240% on our or more. It has really been remarkable. Very, very happy about that. Next one, please. Strategic goal number 3, it's really important to us, and this one's new, to connect with our visitors already planning to go to Yellowstone and Glacier. So we're doing a partnership with Glacier National Park Conservancy Call Center, and this was brought to us by our agency. And we're going to be collecting those emails, and also a partnership that we've had in the past with Yellowstone Journal to really get those email marketing pieces in front of folks that are already coming to Montana. So looking to add 10,000 subscribers to our e-blast list, and that's a biggie. Strategic goal number 4, we have a new call center. I believe that Visit Southeast Montana is the only organization that followed the state's RFP for call center, and that was awarded to Windfall, and working with them to do not just the conversion study, but also to streamline that information that's coming in, the calls into the state, and then funnel them to have great information for Southeast Montana region and the rest of the state. And then number 5, really working with our regional partners is super important. I know Carla talked about this too, about in the areas that we live, especially in the smaller communities, tourism isn't not top of mind. It's way down here for a lot of those residents. You know, paying your bills and buying your groceries and putting gas in your car, that's top of mind. And I think it's super, super important. I've had great success being out in the region and being again, that conduit for Visit Southeast Montana and for the department. I really want that to continue, so we're going to do some very informal roundtables. I've had more success with those types of interactions as opposed to formal presentations. I'll do those, but that's maybe like the second step. Sitting down and having coffee and talking face-to-face is how folks are operating. So we have some very clear metrics on that. And then the next one, I'm going to hand out the budget because you can't read that thing at all. But I think the next one is just if you have questions.
Brenda, as you make that handout, as they make their way across the tables, any questions for Brenda? Brenda, you mentioned something in your presentation that you were looking or waiting for a water trail designation from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm not familiar with what a water trail designation is. Will you tell us what that means?
Yes, and actually the Lower Yellowstone River Water Trail has been designated by FWP. And Pat, you can step in here at any point and help me out. But I served on the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor Coalition Advisory Committee, and in August of 21 through December of 21, the committee met several times, and they're looking at areas between Hysham, which is in Treasure County, so just to the east side of Yellowstone County, to the border. And a lot of this did come out of the Lower Yellowstone River Coalition, grassroots organization, but looking to acquire different properties because the stretches of the river, or what's called the reach, if you're in the water and you're moving from point A to point B, some of them are 30 or 40 miles. So what happens is people might go in there and think this looks like a great thing to do, but they don't have any place to stop and get water, use a bathroom, camp, and then they may end up on private property and other things. The state is also recognizing the fact that we have this amazing river, the longest undammed river in the lower 48, but we don't have a lot of recreational opportunities on it. And it's pretty amazing we all know what the Yellowstone did last year, and we're watching it again this year in the Yellowstone County. So designating it as a trail gives that user, that visitor, an opportunity to understand where they are, mapping, all of that sort of thing. And it can be everything from, at some point, maybe there will be a state park along that trail. But looking at this concept, I moved here 20 years ago from the Midwest, and river trails are pretty common there. If you look up Cannon River in Minnesota, you would see some real good examples. Also the Wolf in Wisconsin.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Glennis, did I see your hand up?
I was just going to compliment you, Brenda. I really enjoyed how you utilized the form for your goals, objectives, and metrics. And I hope you find when you do your evaluation this year that those metrics just fall into place so neatly, because it makes sense to me seeing it in your form. Thank you.
Dennis.
Despite insulting us and calling us the TSA, thank you very much for your job. Nice work.
Mike, last I saw, there's a $500 sign-on bonus if you choose to go there.
Sure. Thank you, Brenda. Nice work. Stepping up now is Billings.
Okay, that's all right. I'm pretty patient. Good afternoon. My name is Allie Eggert. I am the Leisure Marketing Director for Visit Billings, and you're going to get the Allie and Alex 1-2 punch here, so bear with us. But thank you to the Tourism Advisory Council and everyone for having us here this afternoon to share our marketing plan and budget. So I want to kick off with just kind of touching base on a reminder of how many people are visiting Billings each year. It's more than 2.6 million visitors annually, enjoying our amazing trail systems, our access to the outdoors, to the great things that we have to offer in our region, and then enjoying our history and our relaxing hospitality throughout their stay. And so we never start a marketing plan without reflecting on our mission, which is to generate room nights for the lodging facilities in the city of Billings. And just a reminder that, in addition to those 2.6 million people visiting, they're spending $621 million per year in Billings, which supports 10,000 jobs in the Billings area, but also adds to that giant number that comes to the state as well. That delay is pretty good. All right, so just kind of referencing how we align with the brand MT standards of, that inspire, orient, and facilitate visitors. And Visit Billings follows that same kind of goal when it comes to our marketing campaigns and the rest of our strategic priorities as well. So as you can guess by my title, I'm here to talk to you guys a bit about our first strategic priority, which is to increase leisure visitation. And we want to reflect a bit on the research. Oh, I'm going to get a double. The U.S. Travel Foundation is, of course, forecasting an increase in travel spending in 2023, which I think we're all happy to see and hear about. But some of the things that we want to reflect on when it comes to how we're deciding to spend our money and who we're focusing on is the renewed emphasis on food-focused travel. The fact that our travelers want to experience a destination like a local. They want to feel like they're getting advice from our locals on where to visit and what to do. And then, of course, many of them are making their decisions based on online online video for those trip planning purposes. So that plays a role into our marketing campaigns being the way that they are. So as we get into our strategy, goals, and tactics, I just want to share a quick anecdote on kind of how we chose our campaign for this next year. We're here for anyone who loves being outside. Yes, outdoors. Yes, outside is an outdoors outside, but also outside the norm. People who embrace Montana in all its forms, who go against the grain and crave boldness and authenticity. Billings was built on that outsider spirit, that despite appearances and naysayers, no climb was too steep, no trail was too rocky, and no burger was too juicy. On the idea of staying true to our roots and enjoying everything that's great about Billings, we have been authentic Montana since 1882. We are the world's biggest fans of being outside because, as we say, forge your own path. And then the big reveal of the creative will come eventually. And this is a peek at our Be an Outsider campaign. I have some really wonderful videos as well, but for the sake of time, be happy to email those to you later down the road. But we're very excited about this campaign, focusing on not only our outdoor recreation, but our amazing food scene. The videos dive deeper into our arts and culture scene and our history and everything that we have to offer as well. So let's talk about target markets. As always, our major target markets for our national fly market are direct flights. So you're thinking Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Minneapolis, Chicago, and Dallas have all kind of fallen into that for the past several years. But I know there were some questions on our emerging markets and how we chose those. And you'll notice at the bottom here, we have Houston, Portland, and Phoenix falling into that. And that decision is based on visitation, not only to our destination, but to our website. Phoenix, Arizona, it continues to climb every month on visits to our website. So we know they're interested in coming, and they're doing research on Billings and hopefully making those plans for those trips. And then, of course, our drive market, our regional drive market includes Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, all of Montana outside of Billings. And how do we market to those people? Was obviously the biggest thing. Sorry, I think I lied. Okay. So obviously, ensuring that we're creating a full case campaign to market year-round visitation. So this year we'll be launching our new Be an Outsider campaign. We'll continue to create niche marketing campaigns such as our summer events campaign that we launched last summer that focused on all the great events that had come back to Billings and was a finalist at the Governor's Conference Tourism Awards as well. And then we will continue to promote the Great American Road Trip and our access and the itineraries that we've built over the last 10 plus years, talking about our proximity to Yellowstone National Park and enjoying that beautiful drive on Beartooth Highway. Of course, the emerging flight markets, and then continuing our work on our winter campaign. We've done a lot of focus on our winter campaigns in the last couple of years, and they've proved to be pretty successful. So we're excited about that. And so for us, it's really important to create, oh my gosh, sorry, next. Okay, so for us, it's really important to have a multi-channel media strategy. So that looks, like video, static, meta, and display continue to be really strong performing options for us. And then, of course, targeting our two-wheel audience is another really important niche campaign. So we know coming in from Sturgis, there's going to be lots of people on motorcycles that want to enjoy our beautiful scenery, and so we want to capture our piece of that. So with that, and then of course our online and social, we want to make sure that we're communicating with our potential visitors like a local would. So we use our social channels to really create that local conversation. Where should I go eat tonight? What should I do? But then of course, blog content on our website does that as well. And then our Plan Your Trip section that will be coming up on our website in the next couple months will also help build that conversation out even more. And then lastly, I just want to touch on our public relations strategies, which we've really ramped up in the last couple of years as well. Those continue to be a really important focus for us to getting people to help us tell our story and what it is that we like to showcase in Billings, whether it's our food, our shopping, our family, our historic visits. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it on over to Alex.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Allie. I did want to just share an overview of our team as a whole. Allie kicked us off. John Brewer is here as well. He's our president and CEO. Many of you met Luke and Evan at the Governor's Conference. And of course, Megan is amazing and helps us stay in check with all of our finances. Tonight or today, I'm just going to take about another 15 minutes, so we're good. Just kidding. Since leisure marketing is the majority of our budget, that's why it was important for Allie to be in front of you today. But we're also getting ready. We're on the cusp of finalizing our strategic plan. The draft is being finalized. The plan for is to be presented to the boards and then adopted. And I just wanted to not hide the lead and bury the lead, but the keys coming out of our strategic plan right now tend to be the importance of tourism, that advocacy piece, making sure that our community understands the importance of tourism. Having an emotionally charged campaign that really ties that resident to the overall visitor economy and what that impact means to them. Also making sure that we're looking at a collective vision for the destination. We do a really good job in Billings of all of our community organizations and tourism partners coming together, but we need to be even better than what we are. And making sure that we have a collective vision for Billings as we move forward and grow as a destination is key. Fostering the tourism, sports tourism and the visitor experience also coming out of the strategic plan and our, I'm being ahead of the game and then I'm not. Also wanting to make sure that those are keys to us. Can you go ahead and advance? From a sports tourism point of view, making sure that we're part of fostering facility conversations, making sure that we're retaining and growing events, and that we're bidding for new events so that we can continue to host those events and grow the sports tourism piece of our very important tourism puzzle. The visitor experience is really when we talk about that advocacy campaign and bringing everybody together and making sure that we're on the same page. It does really also speak to the fact that I know we've already kind of talked and alluded to the Montana Superhost program from, I guess, hard to say, but Billings has done a really good job, and we've had great board leadership looking at some of our research that has shown us that we need to be better advocates, as I've mentioned, better people at hosting visitors and having better reciprocal conversations with our visitors. The CTA autism organization, including our crew, is all certified autism as travel planners, but making sure that we have hotels, restaurants, retailers, and attractions like Zoo Montana that are all certified from an autism point of view, and then also all of these organizations and residents that we can kind of get underneath our umbrella to be certified travel ambassadors will help us just be better as a whole, as a destination, in that welcoming visitor experience. Look at our CTA logos, which is an offshoot of our Trail Guides program. And then I did just want to share before I got to the budget numbers that when you're in Billings, we really do invite you to take part with our Trailhead Treats. We're a pretty sweet city. And of course, our Billings Brew Trail. Luke Ashmore in our office does an amazing job with these passes. We kicked off the Billings Brew Trail pass, it's been almost a year with Band Wango, and it's been highly successful. Band Wango came to us and asked us if we wanted an opportunity to have one other pass for free for a year. And I'm like, no way, I get it. We're 10 grand in now, and then we're gonna go ahead and put all of this effort into this. I can't think of anything that we would really want to do. Luke Ashmore in our office said, hey, you know what? We don't have a non-alcoholic option. We don't really have a family-friendly option when it comes to this. What if we did Trailhead Treats? He literally came up with all of the graphics, all of the assets, all of the treatments, all of the copy, and just about 2 weeks ago launched Trailhead Treats. So we invite you to take part in that. And then just as far as the budget breakdown is concerned, our projected revenue this year is $492,000. The majority of that does go to paid media, most of it focusing on the leisure market. There was a question about visitor services and what that visitor services line item goes to. It does include contract services, fulfillment by contractor with certified folder, a lot of postage, and most of our mail and fulfillment that we do with MTS as well as in-house. So we look forward to a great year. We appreciate your support and your leadership, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Alex or Allie?
This is an odd one, but in your slides, I saw that you had pictures of kayaking and climbing. Who are your outfitters that are helping in Billings to facilitate the outdoor community? Just out of curiosity.
So we have Sunshine Sports in the base camp that help us a lot on the water. And then Shields just opened up. They have obviously Shields, but they just also opened up down in the depot a temporary Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend store called Paddles and Wheels. And you can rent everything from bike racks to stand-up paddle boards, take them to Lake Elmo, that sort of thing. And then from the climbing point of view, Steep World. Steep World has a really good relationship with Billings Park and Recreation, and you can contact Steep World and go with them.
Alex, it's Alicia. Hello. Thank you for this. You always do such a beautiful job presenting. And in front of your boss, John, I wanted to make sure to do a shout out that what you all do, like a handful of others in the room, are the gold standard for tourism and tourism promotion in the state. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
And I want John to hear that. So thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome.
John, if we're doing a performance review, I'd like to note that there were no samples of the treats that she mentioned brought to the meeting, so it could be a little better. Any other comments? Alex and Allie, thank you both very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Miles City, and I understand that John is online. He is having some health challenges, so we are thrilled to have him with us on Zoom. So John, if you can hear me and if you're ready.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I was hoping you couldn't, and I was going to wait a couple minutes and then say, was there any questions? But apparently that won't work. It's always nice to follow Billings because it's so heartwarming to know that my total budget is less than what they use in postage. So anyway, this is us, the Discover Miles City. We are moving forward quite well, I think. Okay, this was supposed to just be a pretty picture, but after hearing everything today, this is far more applicable than I had ever expected it to be. You'll see that we're the Tourism Business Improvement District, we're the Destination Marketing Organization, we're the Chamber of Commerce, and we are the EDC. And I don't know if the director's there, but I would like to kind of explain the novelty of this process. We contract as the EDC director, obviously with the local EDC in Miles City. One of the things that I think needs to be kept at the forefront is it's almost, I've been sitting here listening all morning and afternoon, and it's almost an analogy of fishing. When you go fishing, you know, you always go out after the big one. And I guess I would say the big one would be an economic development piece where you land a business or something to that effect, the major end. The second one would be the tourism piece where you need to get a bunch of those. You know, you need to catch a lot of those size fish. And then the third, of course, would be the ones you throw back, which are the day-to-day traveler. And when we market, we're going obviously after all of that, as does everybody else. But you have to keep in mind that it's very, very difficult to market to the big fish. They'll come looking for you if they want. And I think primarily they come your direction based on the fact that you've sold them on the area, you've sold them on the town, you've sold them on the way of life. And in doing that, I think that's how it goes. It's not so much, you know, all one thing. I think it's a conglomeration of a lot of efforts, but it all leads with the tourism part of it. People come to your town, they love your town. You know, I listen to Daryl, and I sympathize with you. We don't have that problem as far as the average daily rate and things like that, but when you're in a situation where you're trying to bring those people to your town, and I know we're charged with putting heads in beds, I understand that, but it's a much bigger pie than what we kind of allow ourselves to look at. And so I'm kind of proud of how this is working out. I don't know necessarily that it will work everywhere. It was a situation where there was no director of the EDC. I don't think it's not a match made in heaven by any means, unless you're the only game in town. And so I really caution that we look at spending marketing funds for the economic development piece of this puzzle, because it's, I don't want to say it's secondary in nature, but it's certainly not the big draw. So if you want to switch, this is a piece that we put together. I may have shown this before, I don't know. We kind of threw this together. My wife threw this together while I was in bed. Thank God for her. She's kept me alive for a long time and still doing a pretty good job of it. But I'd like to show this because it sort of plays off of what I just said. So if Rachel, if you could run that, that'd be great.
They're working on it, John. Just 1 second.
Okay. I've seen it, so I'm not in a big hurry. Okay. The last piece of that in the growth part was our new event center. It's right at 2,000 seat convention setting, wedding facility, et cetera, et cetera. It has bookings all the way into 26 right now. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about when, it's sort of the field of dreams mentality. If you build it, they'll come. The first part, obviously, the interstate, that's our lifeblood. That's where our traffic comes from, whether it be coming through on the way from visiting all of the rest of you or on the way to you guys. It's our goal to capture them for a day, a week, or even a lifetime. And that's kind of the way we do business. It's proving to be successful. We have a lot of, obviously, hunting from the east, west, north, and south. We do a lot with sports. We have the ability with the TBID to buy business, which is, none of us are above doing that, I don't believe. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. And the next slide is my way of back to the Red Lodge situation. I played a song from our chorale, which is a touring group that goes all over the place. They just got, well, they're done with school now, but about, I suppose a month ago, they got back from North and South Dakota. They performed at Jamestown University. They performed at Northern State College in Aberdeen. They performed at Presentation College. And then the snow came. And Mr. Brown had 36 kids out in a bus and was trying to figure out a way to get home. And so they worked their way on the back roads, and they stopped at every little town that had a high school and offered to perform for them. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you. Or not. I'm lost. What are we doing?
John, go ahead and finish your story. They will,
Okay, I'm sorry. You'll see there's a presentation from the Presentation Cathedral. There is a presentation from their hotel where they walked out in the morning before they left, circled the entire atrium and woke everybody up. And they also, there's another couple of slides, but you know, in Miles City, everybody wants to be a cowboy. So Mr. Brown was nice enough to do the William Tell Overture, because I think most everybody that was a little kid and had a stick always dreamt of being the Lone Ranger. So that's the build up to this slide.
Okay, we'll go ahead and are we okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're getting the technology cue to give them 1 second, so we'll give him 1 second. You're reached. All right, he wants 15 times 1 second. Okay. John, I want to thank you for joining us today. I know that you've been under the weather, so we appreciate your effort. Are there any questions for John or the Miles City presentation? Comments? Anything from the audience?
John, it's Alicia. Thank you for moving your metrics into the measurable metrics column. You and I chat lovingly about this every year, and I'm so happy to see them there. Thank you, John, and proud of you and speedy.
John, I was at the Bucking Horse Parade, and I just want to know, how do you get on top of the Cellar Casino to view just like, you look like a king up there?
Did the king leave us already? There you
How's
go,
that?
Joe.
Yeah. Actually, we rent that, and it comes with free Bloody Marys and pizza. It's you're welcome next year if you want to come up. It's a lot of fun. It's a great place to see the size of the crowds. It gives us a pretty good idea as to how things are going. But getting up there is very easy. Sometimes getting down isn't as easy. So, but you're welcome anytime.
Steve has a question.
Hey, John, a couple questions for you on your convention building center, whatever. I'm not quite sure you referred to it. You said it had seating for 2,000?
Yes. It's go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, is the city, or how's the city funding that? Is it done through a bond, or how is it being funded?
Okay, it's actually a county building, Steve. How they've done it was they've been retiring debt along the way, like for scrapers and loaders and stuff like that. And they've been accumulating a fund. And so when it came time, they had a pretty good nest egg. They didn't even have to take it to a vote of the public. Actually, it went with the money they were able to get from the USDA Rural Development. They were able to build the building. They just got a grant from, I want to say, the coal board to put the kitchen in, but it's an incredible place. It's fully heated, fully air conditioned. It's divided into 3 pieces. So if you want to have a wedding for 300 people, you really only need to buy or rent one of the thirds of it. You can close the doors and somebody else can be next door. But it's just been phenomenal. We monkeyed around with our egg dinner, and we put 600 seating for 650 for dinner, along with a stage for the band and a dance floor. And there was enough room in there to, heck, you could have done a whole nother thing if you wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for John? We'll close the question. I'd now like to draw the attention of the council. We have 3 Southeast Montana presentations that were given to us. The 4th one is Glendive. We segregated that at the beginning of the agenda. We're going to talk about that separately. So I'm going to ask that we take a vote on the 3 presentations we've heard before we go to the Glendive conversation. So I am going to ask for a motion to approve Southeast Montana's presentation with a budget of $946,154. Billings with a budget of $492,483, and Miles City with a budget of $42,907. Of course, these are the fiscal year 24 marketing plans and budgets. Do I have a motion?
Warlick, so moved.
Paul McCreashan, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the Southeast Montana plans for Southeast Montana region, Billings, and Miles City. Questions, comments, concerns? Any public comment? Hearing none, then we will vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone abstaining? The motions have been approved. Thank you all. Yeah, congratulations to the 3 of you. All right, we're going to move now to the Glendive conversation. I think it's only fair to make sure that we start this conversation with a full understanding. Some of you, I believe, Nicole, you watched the marketing committee presentation, so there's a little bit of knowledge of what's going on here, but I want to make it clear to the rest of the council that the marketing committee voted 3-1 not to approve this plan. So this recommendation is coming in reverse. We did, of course, allow this DMO to come present and to redefend their case and hopefully change our mind. But what you're dealing with here is a recommendation not to approve by your marketing committee. Now, that's only a recommendation. We start over now, and ultimately we're going to begin again with a new conversation and a full council debate. So for the sake of getting this started, then I will turn it over to Glendive, let the presentation unfold, and then we will have what I am predicting a robust conversation about what to do next. Okay? Fair enough? Questions? Alicia, you okay? All right. So Glendive, when you're ready, we're ready.
Have egg on your face and you try to impress everyone in the room today. So please bear with me as I present today, as I am terrified of this. So if I pass out or run out of the room crying, I'm hoping somebody from Glendive is on Zoom and can finish for me. All joking aside, I am excited to be here with you today. Thank you for allowing us to present. Everyone that I've met here today has been so welcoming and encouraging, so I thank you for that. My name is Tasty Desai, and I am the secretary for the Glendive DMO board, and I am extremely new to all of this. It sounds extremely foreign. During the school year, I work part-time as a pre-K assistant teacher, and I am also part-time at the Glendive Chamber of Commerce as the content and creative director. During peak tourist season, you will find me full-time at the chamber. We have been without an executive director for about 6 months. The chamber board is rewriting the job description and exploring options. We are all familiar with workforce issues across Montana and America. So saying that, if a director is not hired, I am fully prepared to stay full-time and not go back to teaching in the fall if that is what is needed of us. Previously, the chamber had one person contracted to handle all things DMO related. I am unfamiliar with any sort of past boards or anything like that, but looking further into the chamber bylaws, it came to our attention that there needed to be a board. So in October, we had our first board meeting with 8 members. With the connection between DMO and the chamber, I wanted to take a moment to tell you about one of the most successful events that the chamber board organizes. For the past 30 years, the chamber has organized the Makoshika basketball tournament. This event is the #1 attended event in Glendive that equates to hotel stays. This event leads to almost every hotel room being booked and secures our first quarter bed tax dollars. In 2020, with the cancellation of the tournament due to COVID, we did not make our CVB dollars that quarter. This year, we had an unexpected snowstorm with 17 teams canceling because of road closures across Montana and North Dakota. Despite this, it was actually one of our most successful tournaments. All this to say, our volunteer board understands the importance of teamwork and knows how to get stuff done. Our team unfortunately missed the Zoom meeting for the TAC Marketing Committee. We have addressed this internally and have discovered that emails were not being forwarded to the appropriate person. We have taken steps so that this won't happen again, and we fully apologize for that happening. Now I will give you an overview of our board. Denny is our DMO president. He has experience in tourism and web marketing, and he is our longest standing chamber board member. I've already introduced myself. I am the secretary for the DMO board, as well as the content and creative director for the chamber. I'm responsible for keeping day-to-day tasks rolling. My experience in graphic design allows me to design, create, and advertise so that we can carry out our marketing plan. Ashley is our treasurer for the DMO. She is also employed by the chamber for accounting and membership and is my sidekick in handling all day-to-day tasks. Riley Bell is the Makoshika State Park manager, and we are excited to have him on our team. Teresa Olson comes to us not only as our mayor of Glendive, but as an entrepreneur with several successful businesses and is on the Visit Southeast Montana board. Tara Berman, she was actually our previous chamber director, and she has now taken an upper role with Eastern Plains Economic Development. She is also a previous member of Agritourism Steering Committee. She is an active member with a strong dedication to tourism. Amy Dinas is responsible for advocating for TBID, CVB in Dawson County. She was one of the original board members for both boards back in the 2011-2014 timeframe. She has experience in economic development, tourism, and workforce. Jessica Bello, she is newer to Glendive and is a local hotel manager and brings a great perspective to our board. Glendive is nestled between the Badlands and the Yellowstone River and is considered the hub city of the rich inland agricultural area of eastern Montana. We have the largest state park in Montana, which sees over 100,000 visitors a year. The disc golf course was also voted second in the state. Glendive has rich history of Lewis and Clark and is well known for paddle fishing. We are surrounded by badlands and farmlands and have a historic downtown with thriving entrepreneurs and retailers. If this isn't enough, we have dinosaurs. We have multiple options for fossil digging and an amazing museum that some say might even rival Museum of the Rockies. Just had to throw that in there. Our four pillars are what make us who we are. These are just a handful of what we want to promote and share with visitors and tourists. Makoshika State Park, of course, Yellowstone River. We'd love to see more visitation from out of state at Short Pines. We have Baisha's Dino Dig. The historic Bell Street Bridge has become very popular. It is lit up now, and it's beautiful. And for agritourism, Malstead's Ranch with Montana Moments, they are doing a fabulous job of promoting themselves and seeing a lot of tourists visiting them. Last June, we, I believe it was part of, would have been the year before, marketing plan, but we did a joint venture photo shoot with Visit Southeast Montana and Makoshiga State Park. The photos and drone footage that we received from that photo shoot has been amazing and has allowed us to share the beauty of Glendive through print materials, social media, and advertising. There has not been any sort of guide created in recent years. So last summer, I designed a guide to Glendive and focused on spotlighting our local businesses, hotels, and restaurants. It also showcases a top 10 list of things to do. Last year, we printed 1,000 and they were gone by the end of summer, with the hotels asking us for more. This year, with this year's funding, we will be able to print more. And I have started designing a second version that is geared more towards sending them out to other chambers to pass out to their visitors, whereas the original one is more geared towards people who are already in Glendive. Branding, we assist our local TBID by relaunching and managing the Visit Glendive website and their social media. We strive to make the messaging and appearance cohesive and solidified. We hired DataFi to help us collect information on our visitors so that we can concentrate on targeted market campaigns. DataFi has developed a way for communities to understand and impact their visitation. We can create targeted audiences based on previous visitation and visitor behavior and apply this to our marketing and advertising. With the data we've collected so far, we have found that our top visitors are from Minneapolis, Salt Lake City, Seattle, and Chicago. Overall, the top 3 states that come here are Minnesota, Washington, and Wisconsin. Demographics, age 45 to 64 is our top demographic that we see visiting us, with the younger audience being very low. So that's something our team will have to, if we move forward, discuss if we want to continue advertising to the demographics that we already see coming so often, or if we want to try to reach the other demographics. We want our marketing to be inclusive and show all are welcome here to enjoy our natural beauty and all that we have to offer. We are looking forward to more joint ventures with other organizations such as Visit Southeast Montana and Makoshiga State Park. Our goals include increasing the length of hotel stays, printing more Guide to Glendive brochures, increasing our digital and website presence, updating one of our billboards, using the data we received from DataFi to help us target our advertising. %42% of our budget will be dedicated to paid media. The remaining categories are dispersed evenly between joint venture, marketing resources, visitor services, web development, and opportunity marketing. In closing, I hope that I have conveyed how dedicated our board is to tourism and visitation to Glendive and Dawson County. We love sharing our Badlands and unique experiences and showing off what Eastern Montana has to offer. These dollars are so important to our rural community. Without them, we will not be able to make the impact we are striving for. We would love to stay a part of this tourism community and know that we will fulfill our tourism obligations to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Very well done. Thank you. We know you were excellent at it. Thank you. Now I will open it up for questions. You heard the presentation. Any questions from this group? Glennis, you're first.
Well, Casey, thank you very much. Just a little history on this project. The initial marketing plan raised some red flags to me. and the absence of someone on the initial marketing committee was concerning. But I had a great conversation with Denny Malone, and he demonstrated how committed the board was to updating the marketing plan. And at our subsequent meeting, it was obvious that the plan itself is very solid. And I have to say, after your presentation and getting to know your board members today, I've had a change of heart, and I think Glendive is going to be capable of fulfilling this plan.
Other questions or comments by the group? Chris?
Stacy, you did what I told you to do, and it looked great. So you focused on those pillars and you sold Glendive. But like in our very first meeting, I think more of the question is, can you implement it? And I think I still have questions on staff implementing the plan.
Well, like I said, if needed, I will continue to stay at the chamber. I think the biggest thing that our board will need to sit down and do is talk about our roles and maybe just make them more defined on who is responsible for doing what, and just have it very clear, everybody's roles. Do our best.
Cole, you're next.
Thank you so much for being here, and I completely understand the fear of standing in front of people. I too have that, so thank you for pushing past that. The question I have for you today is, just out of curiosity, are there any other board members on the call today?
Yes, I believe so. I know Amy Dinas is for sure.
And then the other question I had is, in your, when you were talking, you said that you were going to be posting an ED position. Has that happened yet for an executive director? Or are you still working towards posting that?
It has not been posted yet. They are still working through just requirements. It's not a high-paid job, and it comes with a lot to do, a lot of criticism. They wanted me to take it, and I said, but then here I am. So I've expressed to them that I do think that it is important that we get the description and get it out there, and we just be picky, because I'm fine continuing to do what I'm doing, and I think we just need to be out.
Alicia.
Mike, so to the council, I was the dissenting voice, but it was a double negative. So the motion was made to not approve. So they voted yay to not approve, and I voted nay. So if that makes sense, to clarify the room. And I just want to state why. And it is not because, it is because I believe in everything you said and the concerns we have about a volunteer board executing when there isn't an executive director. And that was the meeting we had last week. And now we have you sitting here going, I will execute until we get someone. Again, the community negativity is an issue, and I think something you're going to have to face, but that's out of our control, right? That's the politics of your community. But the reason that I said no kind of was difficult, or yay, however it was, to vote against my colleagues was I felt like we needed to they're putting the shot across the bow saying the Tourism Advisory Council job is to make sure you all are set up for success. We don't do the work for you, and we hold all of the other DMOs to the same standard. So to let one slide would not be fair, right? And we wouldn't be holding up our end of the bargain. So why I went different from my colleagues where I believe everything they said and I wholeheartedly agreed with them. But in 1 week's notice, taking away an entire year's budget, I believe is not the responsible thing to do. Did I believe you could not hire a director if you didn't have even this little bit of money? You might have to take your website down, right? Because you can't afford to do that. So I believe that this is a shot across the bow, kind of a 12-month notice going, let's get it together, and that get back to you and your board is saying, if we don't see improvements, if the board or the community continues to ruffle feathers and can't find common ground, then this council may be forced to give your funds to Brenda and Southeast Montana. So that's the reason I thought, one, it was too short notice, but two, to really make it clear that we expect everybody to abide by the same rules. And we're all volunteers up here too, so we know how hard it is to get things done. But with it, I would vote to approve it. But with the notion, and this doesn't have to be in part of the motion, but we're as a council would be telling you, like, in a year, if we don't see radical improvements, we may not approve your plan.
Yeah, a couple questions. What's their proposed budget?
$28,653.
Okay. So, I mean, when you look at $28,000 and hire an executive director and everything else, they don't have realistically, they don't have the funds, quite honestly, to do it. So, I think, you know, marketing committee. So there are two messages that I'm getting is one is they don't have any formal leadership. No offense, Tassie, but no formal leadership till what was just presented up there. And so I guess the question is how engaged are those members? And I can't speak to that. You spoke to the president or the chamber president or from there. So I don't know how many others are doing that. For you to give up your job to do this job doesn't make economic sense in my opinion. And I'm just pointing out what I think are just issues. You know, I guess in looking at it, you talk about, so they haven't performed the duties that they were, so their audits and their timing reports and all of those things have not been produced, is because I'm getting the message that they haven't performed the administrative duties that they were charged to do or they are charged by TAC to do. Is that correct?
But we don't know how much of the FY23 marketing plan's been executed.
So the reporting hasn't been, so I would go back. Barb, can you maybe shed some light on it for me?
Is current with their paperwork, with their audit. Oh, yeah, we do have, things are in order for them currently. Things haven't always necessarily been timely, but there hasn't been any real issues or anything. So from my standpoint, I don't have any secretary. I don't have any overly big concerns. Where to approve.
Yes, in the marketing committee, this is Alicia, in the marketing committee meeting, there was a robust conversation. Saber is raising her hand, and so is Amy. We'll get to you in a moment. Robust conversation about initiatives in the past couple years being rolled out and then pulled back because the community couldn't agree on things. Does someone from the marketing committee want to give that example again or not?
I think Denny alluded to a Main Street grant that was received in the city of Glendive went through the process, but couldn't agree on the branding outcomes and such. But I think Mike put it quite eloquently that there are circumstances that you and the community have to deal with that our board probably cannot influence. But it makes it very challenging for you as a small piece of that pie to try and get anything done if there's lack of support in the community. And sometimes the reality has to set in, is tourism right for your community? Is your community supportive of it? And is it doing any good, if you will? And that's just a hard question to ask, and I don't want to be negative in saying that, but I also am reluctant to approve funds that may not be used wisely.
We have a couple hands up online. I want you guys to know that we are watching and paying attention. Saber, your hand was up, so you are next.
Thank you. Mine's more of a logistical question. If Glendive is not approved and the CVB funds are increased to 100,000 as per Senate Bill 540, what happens after that?
Well, please understand I'm making this answer up as I go because all of that is still an unknown picture. But if they are not an approved DMO, they wouldn't be on the DMO list, and ultimately they would not be funded because they don't have a basis for any funding. So they would just basically not exist from that perspective.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Chris, you had an additional comment, please.
Just some addition to the Main Street program grant. The board, or not the board, the committee that approved the contract went with an inexperienced marketing group that they honestly, the community support was there. It just wasn't for what was established out of the outcome from that company. And I'm not going to say names, but that was the big part of it. So I think the community spirit's there. What the outcome was from the design and the logo to represent Glendive was not taken well by the community of Glendive.
And one more clarification, Steve, your question's important, I think, so I don't want to dodge it, is the fiscal year 23 execution. If they've been absent an executive director for 6 months, the marketing committee raised the question as to how much of that plan has actually been executed. On our call, Denny was not able to give us what I consider to be a great answer in terms of how they've done executing on 2023's promises. So we just don't know, I guess, is what I'm trying to tell you.
So my question goes back to Barb. Your comment, Barb, is that a mid-year review, the reviews that have come in? I guess I'm trying to look at, so they had fiscal 23, and so they're current, but how current is that through? Is that through?
I haven't reviewed the financials, but the financials are due every quarter, and the last financials were due April 20th. So those were received. So those are just their quarterly financials.
That would, I mean, if they've received, and not, I'm hearing that you haven't reviewed them, so I'm hearing that, but they've been submitted. So my guess, I'm just reading between the lines, if I submitted financials, then I would have probably looked at it and said, okay, I've executed some items. I'm just, 1 + 1 comes up to 2, but I'm just trying to find out what's trying to be, what the hang up is, and leadership, okay. Community support seems like it's depending on certain items, and then follow through. And I go to Chris's comment, the implementation. So,
Stacey, do you know how much of the FY23 marketing plan has been executed?
Okay, we certainly don't want to put you on the spot, and if you don't know, that's perfectly fine. Amy, your
Hi,
hand is
this
up.
is Amy. From what I understood, I just joined in October, but from the financials I looked over, and from what I understand, we were able to do the Datafy and go through that, which was one of our things we wanted to execute last year. Most of the printed material we wanted to get through, we did, and Tacey was a big part of getting all of that done, which was a big part on one of the things that wanted to be accomplished. So there was quite a few things on last year's. I think most of it was on there. I hadn't read through all of it, so I couldn't tell you for sure that all of it was done. But most of the things that we had talked about that were the big points that they had brought us up to when we started the board were all things that were successes of last year. So that was kind of nice to see when I came on. And so that's kind of one of the things I was really looking for, that they were bringing those tick marks on there. The other thing I'd really like to address is the whole tourism in Glendive. I feel that Glendive is really the gateway to Montana and quite the tourism town. I love the gateway thing because I know you guys all like to use it a little bit, but I think it's a great stop. And with Makoshika, it is really something that we are seeing an increase of, and we like to see. And people in Glendive, especially with all the new hotels, really see it as something that is really somewhere people stop and like to be at. And our community does embrace that. And so I don't think it's something we're not sure about or not wanting to do. I think it's an identity crisis. Like, what do we want it to look like? Is it going to be dinosaur? Is it going to be river? What is it going to be? And I think even though they didn't figure out what the brand was going to be on the brand study, they have like over 50 pages of what it should look like. Should it be naturey? It shouldn't be dinosaur, but it should encapsulate the whole nature of what we want it to be. So even though the brand wasn't stuck on, I think the great thing that came of that was we figured out what the attitude of Glendive is, which was a great result from that. So there was some good things that came from that we need to look at, and I was very happy to see that. So I guess I'm very optimistic of a lot of things. I'm very sorry we missed the call we needed to do with you guys, and going forward that will not happen. And we've set some things forward that some more people will come. We did unfortunately lose our VP right away, so a new one will be appointed, and hopefully the executive director will get going. As for funding for the chamber, please be aware, as with most chambers, this is a small section of what they do. There's a million other things chambers do that help fund them. So this is part of it, and this board is separate from that will keep this going, but there's so many other funding streams that we're looking for this tourism to be a big part of it, but not the whole part that keeps it funded. So I'm open for any other questions also.
Yeah, please.
Do you know 54, the Senate Bill 540, the details? I mean, nothing's in stone yet when the funding would happen.
The administrative rules haven't come out. And so that's, I mean, the devil will be in the details. And that's where, I mean, hopefully Scott can provide some details as to when the administrative rules, or at least a draft of those administrative rules will come out. I'm assuming it will come out sometime this week.
The reason I ask, I'm just wondering if that's the infusion that they need to get back on their feet. And I say that because I want to remind everybody that we did just approve a marketing plan of an organization that did not have leadership. And so we just have to be a little careful there. And so I just wanted to see if that maybe is some infusion that could help get them back on their feet.
No. And I'm only speaking from what I'm hearing around here is that I think that what I can hear in Glendive is that they've been at loggerheads at who do they want to be and what they want to be. It appears that they've got a group of people that have stepped up at least now. So I think that's you know, the difference was the other one had more of a leadership, even though they may not have had an executive director. They had leadership in court. And I think that's going back and forth of what people have said.
I asked Rachel to bring the presentation back up. Rachel, will you find the slide that has the board on it for me, please? Back one, right there. Okay. When the presentation was given, I heard a lot of conversations about board, and they were kind of interchanging the presentations, both Amy and Tessie, about is this the chamber's board or is this the DMO's board? And how different are they? So one of our biggest concerns at the marketing committee level was structure and having any sort of people available to do any sort of things at all. So Tessie, will you clarify that this is a board of individuals separate from the chamber? So Denny is both the president of the chamber and president of your DMO board. Is that correct? Okay. And do all of these people serve on your chamber board? The remaining then are strictly dedicated to what is this tourism DMO board.
And then Mel and Ashley are employed.
So to me, this is an important slide to answer some of those questions about whether we were comfortable with the structure that Glendive had wrapped around their ideas. So this helps me a lot for one, because we didn't necessarily have any of that clear to us in the past. So I appreciate that. Any questions about the structure that we didn't get answered? Are there any questions or comments from the room? Sorry, Joan, please.
Casey, I applaud you. Been in your shoes before, not funded wise, but sitting at a table. So a question about if funding is not approved today, will the plan be put in place with other funding?
Not aware of any. Out of the hands that
Brenda, you have a microphone, please. Would you please stand?
Yes. So I think another piece that is important for folks to know, and Casey did mention it, is there's also been inconsistency funding because they had CBB funds and then they fell below the threshold. So then they didn't have CBB of the threshold. So that's a difficult operating environment. Just wanted to bring that to light. And then I do feel that Alicia's comment about kind of putting on probation, and maybe that's where the shadow cast about, to really understand how serious, for the board to understand the seriousness of the TAC and the lodging tax funds, because when there is that transition, it's so easy for these details lost in those transitions that I think there's some folks that didn't really understand how it all encompassed. And I say that also because for me, had it not been for Barb, my first year, I was lost. And she was really very helpful with that. So there's a huge learning curve. And I think all who are in this position remember our first year.
Okay, I'm going to call for any other comment. Anybody online I missed that needed to comment? I'm sorry, we got more? I didn't hear who it was. Oh, Maria.
I was just wondering, Mike, you offered to assist with Belgrade, and I know Glendive isn't both. But is there someone who could help guide this organization as well? Oh, God love you too.
Alicia, I volunteer.
And during the marketing committee deliberations, Brenda also indicated that some mentorship could come from her and potentially some of her board members as well. So I think that was talked about, but Alicia, thank you for volunteering. Any other comments? Okay, Chris, one more, sure.
Thanks, Alicia, for doing that. Like I said, I offered support in the fall, gotten calls, where are they at? We're not getting reports. And so being in Glendive, I have a different perspective. I wore my Glendive red today. I support Tacy wholeheartedly. I want to see this get passed, and I can only hope that this board can get organized enough to pull this off.
All right, for the sake of order, I'm sorry. Oh, John, your hand is up. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Perfect. I guess this is going to scare the hell out of a couple of TAC people, but I'd be willing to go over and help too. But I will say one thing. I know a few people that are on the board now. If things were falling apart in Miles City and Amy Dinas offered to come, the door would be open. So I think, you know, Glendive can't take many more hits. They're very, I mean, the last thing anybody needs to do is kick sand in their face. I think that this board and with enough help, I think they'll do fine. I really do. They need it. They need something good to happen in that community. And I would not want to be a part of the group that didn't do all they could to help. Even though they are rivals and all of that, you know, and whatever, but yeah, I'd be on board.
John, thank you. And all the looks of terror on some TAC members' faces have all been removed. We appreciate your intent and respect your willingness to help. Thank you.
Glennis probably
right,
just room.
Glennis is cheering you on, I promise. I'm going to close the comments on this proposal. And one thing did not do correctly. Anybody online, please mute your line if you would, please. One thing we did not do correctly in the marketing committee is we didn't approach this from an affirmative motion perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for an affirmative motion. If your desire is to not support that motion, then you would vote against the motion to approve as opposed against the motion to not approve, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'm gonna move or ask for a motion that is for the approval of the fiscal year 24 DMO plan from Glendive and its budget of $28,653. So on the table will be, I hope, a motion from somebody that moves for the approval and then a second. If you wish to support that, it's an aye vote. If you wish not to move this forward, then it's a nay vote, and that would in effect defeat their approval. Does that make sense? We did it backwards the last time, and it's causing some grief. Now, to complete the Robert Rules of Order, that motion cannot come from Glennis, Chris, or I, because we were the no votes in the last time, which would be the flip. Just trust me. We can't re-vote it in reverse. It would have to come from the nay vote if it's somebody from the marketing committee, which would have been Alicia. Okay, so the three of us cannot make the motion. So having said that, I'm going to ask for that motion to approve the fiscal year 24 Glendive plan and their budget again at $28,653. Do I hear a motion?
Alicia, so moved.
Nicole, second.
Now we have an affirmative motion on the table with a second to approve the vote. Any further comment or debate on this motion? Steve, you're first.
Just one comment, Alicia. Thank you for stepping up. I guess the one comment that I would have is, I don't know what your plan for stepping up, but part of mine would be is that you get their board or the board along with Barb for a 30-minute, you know, there are several things. One is the implementation and the follow-up and all the administrative crap that's got to be done. I think the other part of it is then the implementation of their plan. And so I think they have to understand the importance of what hangs in the balance of if they don't meet these. That's what they're judged on. That's what TAC gets. They become an auditor from that standpoint. So stepping up and doing that along with Barb or one or two other, but with their board or a majority of their board so that they understand, I think is paramount. If not, then I think then we'll be potentially could be back here discussing the same thing.
Thank you, Steve. I agree. Nice thing about my job is I think I can get invited on a dinosaur dig out in Makoshika, so it will give me a reason to visit Glendive in person and have that call. Yeah, it's such a cool job. Okay, and with that, my other comment is, Casey, after this meeting, I will work with you to make sure your objectives are measurable. Everybody else in this room heard me be a parrot on that marketing call going, you gotta get your metrics measurable in the right column. So I'll help you with that so we can get those audited very easily next year. So I'll work with you on that.
Glennis.
I had one final comment, and I really like the term probation, Brenda, and shot over the bow. I think this approval is contingent on seeing market improvement in the.
Anyone else? I will offer my comments. My vote to not approve was hopefully a mini shot over the bow to get this community and somebody energized in making sure that Glendive was paying attention to this and was going to do, or at least hope to do, or set out to do what's required to make this successful. So Amy, thank you for joining us today, and Tassie, thank you for overcoming your fears and sitting there and giving us what you could in regard to a commitment to make this work. So it is my intention to support the motion, and I am going to be watching carefully, and I promise if we need to, we'll have a different conversation next year, but I certainly want to give you all the benefit of the doubt and see that you make this plan a success. So I encourage you to ask questions, reach out. This room is filled with great amounts of help. If you have to, reach out to Miles City as a last resort. And we can certainly help you be successful, okay? Any other comments or questions? If none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of approving Glendive's fiscal year 24 plan as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Anyone abstaining? Motion passes and you are successfully. All right, thank you everyone for taking that conversation seriously, and thank you, Glendive, for returning the favor. We are about to head into a retreat. We're a few minutes early. Is the director here? All right, Madam Chair, if you're okay, we'll call for a 15-minute break. Let's return. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting tapped. Yes, ma'am. Oh, it's a wonderful idea. Rebecca, are you here? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. Oh, you have some plans for us tonight. Would you fill us in?
I always have plans for you guys. Thank you first for being in Great Falls. Thank you, Joan, for calling me 2.5 months ago and putting this all in my lap. It's been great. And then also, thanks to James Cooler with Central Montana for giving me money without really a plan. So that's the first step to this. Tonight we have a fly tying reception down at Annie's Tap House. Annie's is our newest drinking establishment here in our community. We're fond of those here. Not because beer is amazing, but because we grow some of the greatest barley in the world, and it makes the finest beer. So you'll have access to that. Annie's Tap House, Fred Talene with North 40 is going to be teaching you how to fly ties. I don't know how many of you have ever done that. I have not. But he is in the Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame, which is a huge thing. We didn't really know about it until he told us. But he's got patience and confidence in teaching anyone how to fly fish. And so he's going to teach us how to tie ties, tie flies, and then you get to take that home. Afterwards, our generous community has put together a bevy of prizes for you to compete for. And the easiest way to compete for these things is to go on our environmental art tour, which we'll have handouts tonight at the reception. We, during Arts Fest Montana, install a minimum of 5 new murals every year. And so throughout the community, we have not only those murals, but intense number of pieces of environmental art. We've got 28 pieces of work along the River's Edge Trail, and they are sculptures and murals and weird posts of wood. So there's a lot of art. In addition to that, we have 27 roaming bison, which have all been painted different colors. All of that is accessible. What we challenge you to do is just take a picture and hashtag it Best of Base Camp. We'll search through that and award the prizes. I love using my level of influence, which isn't very big, but my power and influence to get the things I want. And because of that, the better your pictures, the better your prizes are going to be. So you have all of that. I did send out an email with some recommendations for dinner tonight. Not everything is open on Monday nights in Great Falls, but a whole bunch of stuff is. And so if you need any recommendations, I'm happy to make those for you. And that is it. The prizes will be awarded tomorrow before you leave. And if you leave before they're awarded, we're just going to keep it in the coffers to use some other time. So tonight, as soon as you can, but at least by 6, Annie's Tap House, then tours of murals on your way to more drinks and dinner. There will be scooters set outside Annie's for you to use tonight, and if you need to use the scooters, you need the Bird app in order to do that. So that is what we have on the slate for you tonight.
Thank you very much for all that you've done to prepare. Okay, we will take a 15-minute break. Let's all return at 4:05 to the table, please. 4:05.
All right, if everyone can get seated, we're going to go ahead and get started in a minute. Thank you. All right, it is 4:10, and we'll go ahead and get this retreat started because it's an exciting retreat, and we're not all asleep. So at any moment, we expect the director of the Department of Commerce to come in, and if someone could help them get seated over here. So I think there's been a sighting of them. But we will welcome them. But we're going to still go ahead and get started with we have 2 agenda items or an other. If we get through these 2, we can leave it open to other. But the first one is talking about the recent legislation that was passed and the governor signed that took the council, the Tourism Advisory Council, to no more than 9 members. And that also stipulated that one member, each region has 1 member, and that we have a tribal representative, and then we have a tribal government representative. So that accounts for 8, if we count up on my fingers. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And so that leaves the opportunity to have up to a 9th, but we're not obligated to have up to a 9th member. So as of June 30th, starting into July 1, the attached visual, and please come up closer if you can't see it in the back, is kind of how I've penciled out what the makeup of the Tourism Advisory Council looks like with people still on term, meaning their term's not expired. So with that, I'll go through that really quick. And so Glacier Country currently has a vacant position on the council. Southwest is currently taken by Mike Johnson, Central by Joan, Yellowstone by me, and Paul Makarishian, even though I moved him to an at-large. Missouri River is Haley. Southeast is Saber. Tribal member is Nathan. We have a vacant tribal government spot that has been vacant for years now. And so I just threw in the 9th spot and just threw Paul in at large, but Paul also represents Yellowstone Country. So then I just kind of redid that grid, just showing the 8 spots with Paul down in Yellowstone Country to really give you an idea of where we're at. We have 2 term expiring, very active council members, Nicole and Steve, who I think would like to continue on with the council, and we would all welcome that. But it's where do we all fit into this, and where as a council do we want to go? So we have our legislation, and what Jenny, when I had a conversation with Jenny Pillay, because I asked her, what is it? Are they going to kick us all off and start over? Because that's happened before. And I think many of us would appreciate not that, but I would like to just have some frank discussions on what it is that we can propose to Jenny and Scott to then take it up the chain to the governor's office on what does the council, where would the council like to see the council representatives? And how can we make this work to the betterment of our audience, which are the DMOs and the Office of Tourism? Because what this also means is that we've gone from 12 now to 9. We've gone from 19 to 12, and now we're going from 12 to 9, which means that every single person on this committee is probably going to have to chair a committee, going to have to step up. It's going to have to do a lot of work. We can change as a committee. We can submit changes to our operating plan. Like if we want to do this process differently with the DMOs and DMO approval, we can chat about that at a later date, you know, and maybe make it more chamber directed and we're just a sign off. And I don't know, I'm going to stop talking and I want to throw it up to you because it's for those of you not terming off or those of you wanting to re-up, here's the situation we're at. And we absolutely want to hear from the audience and the DMOs and Brand MT or, you know, everyone here. We would love to hear your thoughts. I'm going to throw this back out to the council on what we think of this.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, Glenda.
I've only met Nathan St. Goddard once. Is he involved or what's his status?
He is involved except in May and June, July. For the summer season, he operates that. And so I'm not sure if that was before he signed up, if that was what was the case. He did mention he was going to make it via Zoom today and did not. The public mic is right here if anybody wants to talk. Racine, we would love to hear your thoughts.
You knew I had something to say, right? Oh. Problematic. Okay. We all in the room come from organizations that have our own board of directors, and we know what the challenges are when you have a large slate of board or a smaller slate of board. The one thing that we all absolutely need is we need an engaged board, which means that when you have a smaller organization at that level, it puts a lot more pressure on those who are sitting in those seats. And so when I see this, I see a couple of people and I know the work that everybody is doing. I am concerned because we as DMOs, we need a really strong, engaged TAC board. And that is absolutely going to be critical. So I just want to encourage whatever decisions come out of this somehow, whether it's looking at if people are not being engaged to the level that they need to be to step up and not overwhelm the chair and the vice chair and the committee people. I personally would like to see emphasis placed on people who want to be engaged versus people who are just filling a slot and not being engaged. So that's, from my perspective, as being a president and CEO of an organization with board, it's absolutely critical. And us needing a strong TAC, that's just my opinion. And please, everyone, step up.
Go ahead, Joan.
My apologies if I missed this in the beginning. Why, I understand why we went from 12 or 19 to, well, okay, we went from 12 to, oh, we went from 19 to 12.
Yes.
And now 9. What was the reasoning to go from 12 to 9?
Okay, so that was the legislature passed a bill as part of the governor's red tape initiative to minimize the size of boards, because I guess a lot of other boards aren't this size. At 21 to 12 plus people, it's very expensive. And it was part of the red tape initiative. So it was, the previous one was no less than 12. And now we're no more than 9.
Follow-up question. Do they know the amount of committees that are here? And the amount of committees that I don't want to chair. My apologies for making light of that, but I'll do some, but.
You know, Joan, that's a great question because the page, I don't know if Rachel, if you have a moment to find the page on the TAC website that lists the statute. So the council has a bullet pointed list of around 15 items. And to my knowledge, those committees were created around those 15 checklist items that some can be done fairly quickly. Some are pretty laborious, but we have a duty to do those. So unless, well, it's going to be another 2 years before statute's opened, thank goodness. Hopefully it's not, but as a council, when there was 21 people, I would say 5 people were doing all the work anyway, right? The other ones were building resumes, showing up, bobbleheading, and saying yes. So it was quite an interesting leadership role when last October, no one stepped up to chair a committee except Jeff and Mike and myself. I put it out to the council, here are all the committees we're needing, please step up. So because I don't like telling people what to do, and maybe that's my leadership flaw and I should have, and then I had a most horrific personal tragedy come in November, I didn't reassign that. But I can tell you, going forward in October, I will not put my name in to be chair if there isn't council commitment for every committee. I would like to continue to be chair, but I can't chair every committee and then have members complain that they're not involved and they don't know what they're doing and they don't know what the council does. This is just a frank conversation of, if you're on this council for a resume building or a personal agenda that's not going to get fulfilled, people need to reconsider being on the board. So people who want to be on the board to fulfill those statutory requirements are there.
So, Robin Hoover, Yellowstone Country. And so Joan and Racine both already talked about this a little bit, but just to build on that, it seems to me that given the forced reduction in the size of the TAC, that it's going to require the TAC board or council to sit with the powers that be and probably eliminate some of those tasks that you guys are associated with. Because I remember even when there was a larger council, how disconcerting it was when the first time I realized that the entire council does not read all of the marketing plans, and yet you're required to vote on them. And I remember the looks of disbelief with the volunteer board of directors that I have when they said that, and they were like, seriously, they vote on it and they haven't read it? So, you know, if that's a primary function, then that needs to be the top of the bullet list, you know. So my only comment is meant to encourage discussion with whoever makes those decisions about what the role of the TAC is, because if you're going to reduce the numbers, it seems to me you're going to have to reduce the level of work. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Mullins. I'm the new executive director in Whitefish, and this is my first TAC meeting. So I just had a quick question, and it's more about how you are formed. And if you have to reduce the number on this board, on this committee, wouldn't the committees then, like the marketing committee and others that you've talked about, you go out to the DMO leaders to chair, and you would be a liaison as a board member? So the work wouldn't be as much. It would be as taxing to this board. I didn't know if there were bylaws or rules regarding that.
So we do have an operating policy, and help me out, Glennis and others. It is rules and procedures, and research can be co-committed with DMOs. And so that makes it easy. And it's really active DMOs. Is there others that have shared? They don't on marketing, because that would be conceived possibly as a conflict of interest if they helped influence. the voting and such. But the Rules and Procedures Committee sets the rules for your plans. Does that make sense? So it's co-shared on rules and procedures. That all is the guide you follow through your marketing plan. So that's always been the case, that the rules and procedures. But again, I was chairing that this year and I couldn't get a meeting together. So, and that was on me because I had too much to do. And then to answer your question, the council is appointed by the governor's office. So individuals apply and to the governor's office to be appointed to the Tourism Advisory Council, and either they are or aren't. So each governor gets to pick who they're appointing.
I would like to react to Racine and maybe Raman's comment, although I agree with everything that's been said, including the challenges that this group will have to keep up with all those task lists. But we could really use your help in making sure that the right kind of people are nominated and brought forward. You all work with amazing people out in the field that do work either tourism related or tourism adjacent. And it would be really helpful if the office of the governor knew who some of those people were who might be willing to volunteer the amount of time necessary to keep this circle flowing. So I know you do that, and I know you're conscious of it, but often you think, oh, the governor's got that handled, they got their own process. But there is a way to influence that if we bring the right people forward. So always be looking, always be asking, always be pushing on individuals who might not be sure they want to do this to tell them they really are. So I hope that you can help in identifying the kind of active people that this group will need now and into the future.
And as an example, the council doesn't even know who is appointed always. For instance, when Nicole was appointed, she was sitting out in the audience when we brought the meeting together and went, wow, I guess Nicole didn't show up. And she's like, I'm right here. So sometimes we are not in the know of who's been appointed, and then we get to know them and learn what the agenda was that brought them onto the council. Rachel, can you go back to that Excel spreadsheet? So I guess my question to the council.
The question, cool. Yeah, Rochelle Brown, Department of Commerce, and I'm the Tribal Tourism Officer, Specialist. Just wanted to know, I know that there are the 2 slots for tribal representation on the TAC. Is there a limitation where perhaps someone from Confederated Salish could be nominated for the Glacier position, and not as one of the delegated tribal slots, but just as a TAC or someone operating in the tourism space that happens to also be a tribal member?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The challenges I see that, Michelle, is we still have 2 slots dedicated to tribal members then, so you still have to have 2 more in order to fulfill this matrix. So it would make, not that that's a bad thing, but then we would need to find 2 more tribal members also. And when I was looking out saying we could use your help, I'm looking right at you because those tribal slots are the hardest to fill. So you've got to help us, please. Okay.
And then to follow up with that, Rochelle, it's Alicia. We did have an active tribal member, Lane Spotted Elk, who was appointed, but then by the second Tourism Advisory Council meeting, Lane was no longer on tribal council. And so then he didn't qualify and stopped coming. Whereas opposed to we possibly maybe had been okay with it for a couple more meetings to find a replacement, but to have that participation. So that was, you know, the turnover in tribal government, I guess, is an opportunity we're going to have. Yeah. Director Osterman, nice to have you here. You're welcome. We have a mic there for you. We're just on our first agenda item, Scott, and that is talking about the legislature that took the council. So as of June 30th, going into the October session, to no more than 9. And so what you're seeing up on the screen is the same thing twice, just 2 different versions. So where we have current vacant openings is the yellow. And then our current people who will not have termed out. So will still be ongoing term. So the one across the top just does it by number of people. The second row down there is showing that it's only in Yellowstone country where we're doubled up. So I guess it would be good, we would like to work with you and propose what we would like to see for the TAC and its makeup moving forward. And we would love your thoughts on that too.
Great. Well, thank you, Alicia, and members of the Tourism Advisory Council. It's good to be here. It's been a whirlwind day. We had a great announcement in Butte this about a modular home company. So hopefully some of those will be workforce housing for tourism areas as well, right? I think the purpose of Bill really was to look at some of the struggles that the TAC has had relative to making a quorum and a variety of things like that as it sort of expanded. And then on any kind of a board, at least in my experience, the larger the board gets, the more fractured and less effective it becomes. So, the idea was to have one member from every, really important to have that regional representation and have equal representation. And also to have a tribal member or a tribal representative of some type. And then also a representative of the hospitality association, if you will, the people that are providing, the rooms and where bed tax comes from. And then last but not least, sort of I would call it a rotating expert, if you will, from time to time to really provide that external expertise that maybe everyone looking at our, someone that can help us as a whole as well that has expertise. So that would be my ideal look at it. But certainly I think we know that the goal is to get it to 9. Intention was not to just say, okay, we're going to send people home. So I think we can work through this transition through the existing appointments that are here and then work to that point. Now, there's no sense in upsetting the apple cart when, in fact, just by natural timing out, we have some of that occurring. And so why make it even more dramatic and traumatic, if you will, to the council as a whole? So I'm looking for however long this transition takes, a year or two, to be able to, have a stable transition and to the size that is representative of, what we need, and to have the advisory council be, an active participant in looking at how are we best represented, how are all of the aspects of Montana tourism represented, and the best way to do that. How do we turn this into advisory council, not necessarily an audit committee and an overview, of different types of things? Well, I think there's some functional value to some of that. I think really, as I look at it, the Tourism Advisory Council is here to advise state government on your industry, what is needed, what is not needed, and how can we consistently, cooperatively, and cohesively promote Montana as a great place for tourism that we know it is, and use the opportunity that these meetings and the TAC provides to be able to coordinate. I mean, as I said, I think at the tourism conference, it makes not a lot of sense to me that we might send someone out same location 5 separate times, depending upon who's doing the work, that for creative and looking at photography or film or whatever, that if we send somebody 5 separate times, we're wasting a lot of money, right? And it's not that I'm only motivated by that, but it's where can we cooperatively and cohesively work with the regions and the CVBs to collect some of this material that we need, whether it's stock material or whatever, and do that more cohesively so that we can build our image and our message of Montana and what we are and how to recreate here economically, but also with a little bit more uniformity. There's been a lot of diversity, which is not necessarily bad, but I mean, some of it's been quite fractured from the message of the state as a whole, and it doesn't connect. And I think at some point in time, state tourism message needs to connect to and support the region's messaging, and hopefully vice versa, so that we have something that when somebody sees a brand of Montana, they see something larger than what they would expect some other place. And we have a lot to offer, and we have a huge amount of variety to offer, and we want to start to promote that further as we go on. So that's how I look at the reduction in the size, is to make it much more functional and easy to get a quorum. People have busy lives, and we appreciate how those of you that come to these consistently have contributions that you've made, and want to recognize that without that the organization would have already fallen apart. So I thank you for all of your commitment. I look forward to where this is going to go with Montana. We have a great story to tell, and we can tell in a little bit different way that celebrates the life that we lead in Montana and also shares it with the rest of the world.
Very much. Comments, questions from the council room? Yes, I've got a question for you, Scott. So sometimes for board members that have been appointed, they may not have been to a council meeting before, kind of read through the documents, and may not like the busyness or the 3 meetings or, those kind of things, and don't show up. And in your view, will you or the governor's office have a better handle on the people they approve to be on the council, so you get that commitment? They understand what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that will raise their hand, for certain things and go, "Oh, that would be interesting." But then there's I think then there are those that you're talking about that are committed and they're willing to put in the time. I mean, this is essentially at the appointment of the governor, a voluntary position, and that means that, number one, the gravitas of being part of an appointee by the governor for the state, being committed to that effort, and knowing that not just bringing your own self and your expertise, but bringing a whole of how you want to support and help Montana to the table. And so at the end of the day, I would like to have conversations and make sure that as we recommend people that we know, hey, this is where we're headed, this is what we're trying to do, and this is what we hope that the people on the advisory council can contribute, to the betterment of Montana. So I'm committed to making sure that if somebody's interested, that we'll go take them through a little bit of a primer, and I'll take the guys' lead a little bit as to what do you think they really need to know, and because you gotta look at all sides of it. This is it's a commitment of time and effort, and whether it's taking you away from your businesses, and you all have things that are in many ways far more complicated and important to do than this, but you also contribute through those businesses and through those operations you represent to the Montana experience, and I think that's vital to hear. So yeah, I'm committed to absolutely have as much conversation as we need to make sure that get these 9 people here, we're able to do the greatest amount of work and the most effectively to benefit them.
Very good. Thank you, Scott. So what you'll see up on a board is just kind of a preliminary draft of where we have vacancies. So Glacier Country and then tribal government moving forward. If that means we're not kicking Paul off the council, we'll let him finish his year. That is really what we're looking at. And we could use the DMO's help for Glacier Country if you would like to propose, or if there's a council member who also has properties in different regions, if they want to switch, current council member that's not terming off. But then your spot would need to be filled. I think that's really what we're looking at, Scott, is Glacier and tribal government. Unless the council has anything more to add. That's kind of seeing where the chips fall.
I guess, Scott, I don't know that this is an appropriate comment or not, but we've got 2 sitting council members that would be willing to return, but they don't fit into the tribal government box or into the Glacier box as it currently stands. So when you talked about flexibility and sort of being deliberate but taking the time to do it right, is there enough flexibility that we could bust the mold a little bit, or are we going to try to fit into this as this is what we've got?
Well, ideally, we would try to fit into it if the available individuals or people that are not going to step forward, then I would be willing to be flexible. Okay, if someone can adequately represent an area that maybe they're not actively involved with, but they're highly familiar with or something, and that area can feel being represented well, I'm okay with that. I think initially, I'd like to see there be time goes on, because I realize this transition is going to take a little bit of time. This wasn't just going to be an sweep of the pen with the signage of the bill. It was really, okay, now how do we create a transition? And that happens in a lot of state government, I'm coming to find out. I mean, you're coming from the private sector, you can change something pretty easily, but public sector, we need to be a little mindful about that and do it the right way. So I think it's important that we know there is this transition period. I'm hard line, want the group to function, support its function for us as well as possible. I think that's the ultimate goal.
That's great, and we'll work with you too as we move forward through December, because this is the last meeting before October meeting, which kind of kicks off the appointments and that kind of thing. And we'll also work with you with chatting with a couple board members who not sure if their heart's in it, but they're still on for another year or so. So we'll work with that. Any other comments or concerns or questions from the council or the public? All right, we'll close that item on the agenda. Thank you, Scott, for chatting with us about this, and thank you, council members, for that. All right, I'm now going to turn the conversation over to Mike to lead the second and final retreat discussion.
Thank you. Scott, thank you again for coming today. And I think we've all been anxious to hear from you and from the department about how Senate Bill 540 has in fact impacted our present and our future. And I think the easiest thing for us to do is to give you the floor for a minute and get us caught up on where you all are with things. And I'm sure there will be a litany of questions that follow. But before maybe you begin, would you mind introducing the people that have just come in? Mitch, good afternoon, just to make sure we don't miss anybody that we failed to recognize.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So, gentleman just walked in is Mitch Staley. Mitch is our Director of Communications or Public Information Officer. I don't know, we call him a whole bunch of other things at the Department of Commerce, but he's also is the acting marketing director for brand MT. And I think this is very crucial because Mitch comes from a communications background, and as we look at the rebranding of Montana and the new campaign and some other stuff like that, Mitch is going to be very central to how we're working with the ad agencies and the messaging that we're putting out there. And this is also part of the reason for us wanting to hear from you, is to be able to say, how do we create this better message and the best message to represent people who come here. So, Mitch, I'm glad to have him. He's been on staff since January, and it's been a great addition. So, opportunity to introduce him. Let's see, who else do we have here? We have Anne-Marie Moe. So Anne-Marie runs operations for Brand MT. A whole bunch of other stuff that generally she's been around a long time, and so she knows where all the bodies are buried, right? Rochelle Brown is our tribal tourism officer or leader, and she is on a tireless quest to get everywhere and be everywhere this year. And so we welcomed her. How long ago was that? A little over a year. Okay, yeah. And then Alana. Okay, sorry, Alana, I forgot your last name. So Alana Cunningham, and Alana is works in the Brand MT group. She has Mitch. I think you work with her a little bit more than I do, so you know more of what she does daily. And so if you would like to tell us about that, that'd be good.
Put me on the spot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Alana does quite a bit, actually. She wears several hats. The Friday Flash, if you all are on that mailing list, Alana curates that, creates some of the content for that, most of the content for that. And then you work hand in hand with Made in Montana program, which I also know Susan Joy's back there. So good summary. Alana does a lot. Yeah.
I see her name everywhere, so it just. And in the back we have Susan Joy, and Susan, raise your hand for those that can't see you. So Susan runs our Made in Montana program, and she's also stepped in to help in our overall tourism management program. And so Susan's got a lot of experience with us. So we're thank you for your extra effort, and we really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Todd Jackson. Rachel. So Todd is in the Brand MT Communications group. Oh, is Barb back there? Hi, Barb. Should have just brought a bus. So Todd's in our comms team, and he does everything from AV to writing up stuff for the Friday Flash, getting some things together, and just has been a day-to-day contributor to a lot of what we do. Rachel, relatively new, I think, 2.5 months. So Rachel is in the comms team as well, correct? And then Barb Stanham. Barb, raise your hand back there. Does everybody know Barb? If you don't, you haven't been around tourism very much. Right? So now I think, Mike, you talk about 540, right? So Senate Bill 540 came out of a realization here a little over a year ago that the legislature started to build up its ferment and foment of ideas. I could see very clearly that there was going to be a pretty significant know, an opportunity that there could be a run on bed tax as a whole, and in part or in whole, and to be used for something totally unrelated. And so in that time period, we started having some conversations with Doggett. We had some conversations with a variety of different people. TAC, sorry. And so we wanted to look at what does this look like? If we do something different, what is this going to look like? How do we preserve this budget for the use focus of primarily tourism for Montana, realizing that for the most part it had been directed towards media and a certain kinds of grants that, you know, some of them were effective, some of them weren't, and I'm looking across the entire agency to really look at effectiveness of what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so I could see, look, some of this is going to go away unless we have a methodology by which and a program by which we can preserve this budget and then do something with it that invests in Montana tourism and invests specifically not just in the media piece, which is an important piece, actually in asset development and development of opportunities that are elsewhere. We've talked about the Eastern Montana Initiative a lot over time, and but talking about it and little grants here and little grants there are you know, not going to necessarily drive destination creation opportunity. And so we looked at, you know, we also had some excess budget that was, you know, not able to be used during the pandemic. And so it's, you know, again, I'm come from the private sector. When I have my budget's usually sacred. But when you're in the public sector, your budget can be rated at any point in time by the legislature, no matter whether you're doing a good job or not. And so I could really see that this was going to be, you know, potentially a bone of contention. And I really wanted to work towards preserving our percentages that we have and allow us to sort of start to change the dialogue and the direction of how we were marketing Montana, as well as what we were doing in Montana. So at the end of the day, the opportunity was that we got together with, again, Dax and Stewart and a bunch of other people and kind of sculled out, here's some different ways to spend the money. And it was kind of first looking at how do we spend these excess dollars? You know, what are some of the things? And we funded some of those, and you know, we were agreed that they were important. And then, but you had to look at further to be able to say, what's the legislation? Where are we going to go in the next couple of years? What is this going to look like? And how do we start to shift how we're investing in Montana, looking at tourism as a business, not just a specific activity, but really the business side of it, and hoping that we have, you know, a good economic return that comes out of it for the state as a whole. So we started working with a couple of different legislators who had a specific interest in, you know, this and keeping it for primarily tourism use. Started to look at what are some of the things that we can carve up, if you will, and be a little bit more prescriptive, because there was a great deal of concern amongst legislators about how the money was necessarily used, where it was used. Is it all going to Western Montana for the most part? Is it all this? Is it all part of that? And, you know, for the most part, not many of the legislators actually, you know, knew and understood the detail of it, but perception's 100% a reality, and so you have to look at let's go to where the perception is versus to where the reality is, because you can explain reality sometimes all day long, and there are those days that perception still wins. And so what we did is we looked at breaking it up in some of these prescriptive arenas, knowing that we would hope that because it's a percentage of bed tax, that there were some forecasts that were basically saying, oh, this is going to continue to grow and we're going to have 2021 is just going to go on from there. And we certainly know that's not true. We even saw that last year where there was a a significant 10 to 15% pullback in total spending. And so at the end of the day, you had to look at it and say, from a business perspective, how do we maintain this? What do we do? But what do we also do to make it palatable to the legislature that we're investing in Montana as opposed to just advertising Montana, perception to reality? So that's where you look at some of these percentages. And language in particular is relatively flexible, and it's flexible for a reason. We knew that as we were going into sort of this rebranding, that we may have to spend a little bit more for creative. We may have to spend a little bit more on media to build the new brand of Montana. And so if you look at A and B in here, you're looking at, you know, operative terms that are important, and some of those terms are, one of them is the word promotion, right? Promotion is a pretty broadly defined term. And the reason why we left it in there is specifically promotion could be used for creative. It could be used for some specific promotion that we're working with on a specific region or a CVB or something like that, but it's broadly based. So I look at that as our partnership to be able to interact with the TAC, with our regions and the CVBs, do what's best and right for them. So this is going to look different in my mind, from year to year. If you consider that have certain assets in eastern Montana that can be easily advertised and talked about and all those other types of things, and we have certain areas where we're going to need to invest, whether it be in a state park or whether it be, you know, working in some infrastructure to allow XYZ to be built, whether it's a new hotel that needs to be built in an area so that there can be tourist attraction, et cetera. So the further you go down here, the more kind of prescriptive it gets. But again, taking a look at number C, which is for tourism grants and agritourism, Montana-based film grants, et cetera. So it's a way of maintaining, for the most part, an opportunity to have some of the budgets be the same, but not necessarily guaranteeing that they need to be that way for a long time in the future, simply because there's an ebb and a flow of development that needs to happen. So I don't know how much detail you want to go into, but one of the other key aspects of the bill was essentially the scraping of the excess dollars. And the scraping of the surplus was one of the things that I saw that was necessary to be able to set that aside and help Montanans invest in the tourism economy. So the idea is that nest egg, which nest eggs don't come around very often. And if that nest egg winds up being 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, whatever it turns out to be, that nest egg to me is here to help fundamentally the for-profit businesses in Montana that are trying to grow their business in this industry to have a revolving line of credit or a rotating revolving loan fund that we can work with to help Montana grow our Montana tourism. Grants have certain limitations. They can only be so large. But if somebody says, we have this great project and I can leverage Montana's money. Okay, well, here's $2 million and we were leveraging $20 million. So I've got a 10-to-1 ratio of leverage, or 50 million or 100 million, make something happen. Because of our loan participation, sometimes banks will participate in things much more easily because else has some skin in the game. So I look for that for-profit, especially opportunity to help businesses grow the Montana infrastructure, the benefit. That's maybe some of the most largely misunderstood as to what's going to happen with that. But there hasn't been, and there normally isn't, a a lot of the banking industry lining up to want to, help fund this industry. Looking at it going, okay, well, if we can have these be certain types of participation loans, we can help some things happen in Montana that were able to happen before. Funding element wasn't there. So that's sort of the piece forward. I know that there's this couple little sections in here, but what's this 5% to use collaboration with the Office of Economic Development? That's basically us working with the governor's office, something that they view as being very strategic and really important. Could be for tourism, it could be something that affects tourism, but it could not. From year to year, it might vary, but it's strategically incredibly important. That's what that percentage is for, and have some flexibility. Then if you see in the revolving loan program and regional tourism assistance, those are monies that'll be split up, and the reason why the 6.5% is there could have been larger, but the reality is we're starting with this corpus of cash, so I don't need to keep feeding large amounts into that. I hope we use it. Hope that we're seeing from SSBCI, which is a state small business credit initiative, that the hunger for capital and the flexibility of what SSBCI does, I believe, can be done through these same types of programs. And I'm not promoting this as something that we've just done exceptionally well with SSBCI. First state to consume our first tranche of SSBCI money. We were the first state to get the second tranche, and we're going to be the first state to get our third tranche. And what it tells me is that these participation loans are opportunities that entities on their own would have a very hard time securing financing. So if we can participate, then we start to bridge some of that gap and allow things to happen that might not happen. So with that corpus, we can start with that, and then we can just sort of have that smaller amount. The regional tourism assistance is obviously to help use some of that budget to offset the building of Eastern Montana initiatives, help some of the CVBs budgets that they're going to have in order to promote a little bit, more, and be able to show here's what's out here. Pump some effort into that so that not just working off of your own internal. I don't know if there's any other specific questions, but just in general, look at tribal tourism, we look at Eastern Montana, we look at rural Montana. I mean, our focus really is to build rural Montana tourism in a way that we can say that substantially more activity is happening there. We know that the Big 7 population areas are going to capture a certain amount of that, but in reality, the areas that are outside of those areas, 50-mile radius from some of those, becomes really important to invest in. Make sure that they're developing their assets and opportunities, and then moving further. Just in summation of kind of top of the head of this is what we're trying to do. Hopefully, Mike, that answers some questions, and it's certainly not to cut our advertising budget. I think that there's a lot of opportunity, as I said, that we can maximize all of our advertising dollars if we do some cooperatively and intelligently together, work together.
Thank you. I think you set the stage well. I appreciate that. And most of the room may have been familiar with this bill, but the reason we have this discussion is to get everybody on the same page. Scott, you mentioned a number of things that I think are important to all of us, and this bill represents opportunities. This is a group of planners. This is a group of people that are looking forward. We are 24 days away from fiscal year 24, And everybody in the room is anxious to know, how do we plan? What do we do? Where's this going? So as we think about that, I guess the rules and the rulemaking process are critical to the execution of this document. And everybody here, understanding what those rules are, will demonstrate then how you need to plan. So you and I talked to the governor's conference about the rulemaking process. Has that started? Where are we at? And how is it going to proceed?
And Anne Marie is the one that tells us, hey, it takes longer to do this than you think. And she's been a very good, setting the reality of that. We have begun the processes. We know that, for example, with the loan program, we won't really be able to announce or do much of that until the end of October when that final recap of what the dollars are. Then after that, we'll be able to open up the loan program. So between now and then, we'll start to put together. I mean, we can start it. We can open up maybe applications and some things like that, but we won't know what the exact dollar is until the end of October for that one. In between times, I would think that we have some programs and some grant programs that we already do that I wouldn't see there being a major change in what we're doing. We just have to have a little bit of a, alignment to what it says here. We have destination grants. We have, various different development grants, that sort of thing. So I think some of those can continue. I would hope that we can open those up for applications for those grants and that sort of thing by the end of summer. So I'm thinking that I'm listening to her that she's going to take at least 90 days from where we are, and now we're just basically a month after the end of session, and there are still bills that are not even signed. Not ones that necessarily affect this, but certainly ones that we as an organization are still dealing with. So I would hope that by, I'm going to say mid-July, we will have had an opportunity to reach out to people, to have enough external conversations that we can make some internal decisions. By early August, probably have our ARMS process well underway. Anne Marie can tell me if that's realistic or not. She's, her eyebrows are up. So I think, she knows better than I do, right? Because remember, I'm from private sector. I want to get everything done tomorrow. But at the end of the day, probably early fall, so that we can kind of look at where we're at and just to be able to get some of this.
Well, the rulemaking process is obviously important to everybody in the room. Will there be room, or will you commit to allowing for room for input from the members of this body, this collective group, so that we might be able to help influence or at least be part of the dialogue around those rules?
It's actually scripted by statute. We have to allow for public comment. So as we put things together and as we can put some, I'm not saying we have to do everything all at once. I mean, I haven't really looked into what are the pluses and the minuses of maybe dividing it up a little bit and say, let's get this program done first and this program done second, because timing maybe is important for one or the other. But each one of them, did break them up. It's going to have a public comment period and allow for that. But I think also there needs to be outreach on our standpoint, have our staff here to be able to do that and to start saying, okay, here's what we're thinking. This is what this program is going to look like, and get a good, broad brush of opinion and expertise to comment on, are we going in the right direction or not?
And I think I heard you. I just want to clarify. I was hoping there would be involvement before public comment, so that there's an opportunity to be a part of what comes out to the public for comment, because it slows the process down if the first time anybody comments is after you've already baked a 90-day cake.
Right.
So for whatever it's worth, I'm hopeful that you all would commit to making sure that people in this room are part of that original creation of those rules. You mentioned rural. You mentioned all the things that this bill is trying to do from a rural perspective, but this bill doesn't define rural.
Right.
And to me, that's an important threshold to get across, because you can't plan, you can't even think about what the possibilities are until you define who's included and who's excluded. So there's a bunch of first steps in my mind. I also heard you say the regional assistance program is part of the process. This group, we had discussions today about approving budgets, and there was talk about what to expect from that regional assistance program. Is that also something that waits until fall, or you might be prepared to act on that sooner than fall?
Ideally, we could act on some of that sooner, especially if we know where our ad campaigns are going and what we're trying to do with it and how people can then plan ahead, because obviously, you know, there may be something that they benefit from by starting sooner than later. It could be, you know, their shoulder season or whatever that they're trying to launch. So again, I think we can be flexible. Emery will slap my hands if it's something that I can't do. But on the other hand, I think we can be relatively flexible in certain areas that you know, that fit the overall goal and still stay in alignment with what we're trying to overall do in the big. So you know, we'll definitely, again, that's that. I believe in the collaborative approach when it comes to this stuff. I mean, this is not a dictatorial, autocratic thinking process that I have relative to this. We had to take the lead to be able to initiate, you know, something that we knew was potentially going to change, or under siege, or you know, working through it. And so we're in that working through it because we were able to, you know, stave off the siege, and also gives us an opportunity to show the legislature in the upcoming next couple of years that this is working and that it's creating value in a way that we haven't necessarily done. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about what that means for all of Montana, especially in these folks. As far as rural is concerned, we kicked that one around all over the place. I mean, you use the federal definition of rural, well, that's 100% of Montana, basically. Falls. So at the end of the day, we need to define what rural for Montana means. I certainly looked at it. One of the things that we did here, I don't know, about a year and a half ago or so, sat down and we looked at, you know, what makes up Montana. Interesting divisions of population that start to make sense when we broke it down this way. There are the 7 areas, and you know, you all know where they are. I don't need to repeat them. Those call them Montana metropolitan areas. Whether you're capture all the little individual satellite towns that are around some of those, like a Belgrade to Bozeman. So if you look at those, there are 7 of those. You all know. Then the next stuff, then if you say, okay, so let me take a look at an area that is 10,000 in population down to starts to define Montana when you go, okay, now I'm at 10,000, Havre being the largest, and then it kind of goes down into largest towns. Then when you go from 2,500 to 1,500, there are 16. Kind of an interesting, it's like, how does that work? But it was pretty surprising to then look at that and start to define where are these areas. And we just to start to understand where are these geographic areas, where are these competitive areas of population. And then what does that mean for developing business and economic climate, transportation surrounding it? I mean, I was looking at it from the whole commerce perspective, but it has the same kind of meaning for tourism as well. So, you know, I look at that as being, okay, rural definitely is, Havre's the biggest town, not in that top 7, but I don't think anybody would determine that Havre is a non-rural town. It's definitely rural. And so if I had my own definition, I would sort of say it's in that 10,000 population area and below. But that leaves a pretty swath of Montana. I mean, if you look at that, that's still like 85%. surface area of Montana that you're defining. So that makes another unwieldy, huge number. So I think we need to start looking at other characteristics that define rural as well, and help us, really focus on what that. I don't have a perfect answer. We've had the discussions with the ad agencies. We've had the discussion with a variety of different people. Rural in Montana is, for the most part, most of Montana. We know that. What it means from a tourism standpoint, generally a little bit different, because you can have something that's absolutely rural, but it has a huge, draw that's sitting someplace that's already known. Well, why would we put a whole bunch more effort in there when in fact we're trying to develop something? So I think it just depends on where we put common sense, not put too many confines again around the definition, but look at it in a general sense of smaller areas that do not have any kind of a geographic population ability to draw people.
And it's that idea that I think this body can help you with in terms of what makes the most sense in their own worlds, what is most rural and what might not be. I've been hogging the conversation. We only have about 15 minutes left, so I promised you a litany of questions. So I'm sure there are a number of people in the audience or at this table that may have some questions. Steve, you're next.
Yeah, just a couple. One is to reiterate, Mike, when 18 months ago when we started the Solutions Roundtable to look at the excess fund, or as some of us would call it, the slush fund, from there, and understanding where it came about from. I think the biggest concern, or not concern, but going through that exercise, there was a tremendous amount of collaboration between the private sector, the Department of Commerce, the administration, and everything. And I think, Mike alluded to it. I guess my comment is a little more straightforward. Can we get your commitment as we move forward in these buckets? And I understand these buckets are going to change year in and year out, but is at least to have that input up front instead of getting the rules and saying, oh, here it is, this is what we're going to do. I think, this group, this body of group, whether or not it's TAC or this group, understands what's happening. We know what's being done. We know that in certain areas, Glacier, we've got to move people from Glacier, we've got to move them. We also know that in eastern Montana, we had a problem. And if you look at the numbers, what we've started has started to work out. So I guess mine is a little more straightforward. Will you commit to having that process ahead of the rules so that we know? So that's one question. Item number 2 is
one at a time.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Go for that one.
I know you better than that. You could have 4 by the time we're done here. As you know, I answer my desk phone on my cell phone. So I don't know how much more open we can be. And I know that I want my staff to be that same way. So it's not about, if for some reason we don't reach out to you, that does not preclude you from reaching out to us. Have an open door, and I believe that that's the only way that we can be transparent and accountable. So, to answer your question, yes, absolutely. No, you can call me anytime, and you do.
I would assume that. I just wanted to make sure that the people in the room heard that. I think the other comment, and you alluded to it, and it's probably going to fall under Mitch's category. You talked about messaging, and right today, and between today and tomorrow, we'll listen to 2025 programs of marketing, advertising, promotion, and it's a sore subject for me, but the state has had no strategic plan. Last one was up in 2017. It was started in 2012. It was implemented in 2013. And so my term is it's gotten lip service. And so when we talk about messaging, it's pretty difficult to message when you have 22 units or 23 units deciding what they want to do and then having the state doing what they want to do. And there's no no synergy from that. And there's dollars that are being wasted, opportunities that are being wasted. And quite honestly, it has been my term again, lip service as we move forward to this. I would strongly encourage the state to get their poop together, to at least do that so that we can work together. Because I think part of what the frustration in this community, in the tourism community, has come from is we have asked for certain things only to go, I can give you every reason. We've had changes of administration, we've had change of directors, we've had change of this, we've change of that. And so the comfort level, that's probably not the correct word, cooperation level, whatever term you want to use, that has been fragmented to the point, and so once again, it's not a question, or it's a question saying we need a strategic plan if we're going to message correctly. If not, let's agree not to do it, and then these people and the people that are on TAC can go out and sit there and say, okay, hey, whatever best for Billings, God dang it, let's do what's best for Billings. Regardless of what the state is doing, let's do what's in the best interest for Billings. So just a comment in general from that.
Yeah, just to give you somewhat of an answer, I think number one, coming into commerce, and this was, I make no fault of anyone, but the Department of Commerce was really the Montana Office of Tourism and some other stuff. I spent my first 2 years pretty much working on the other stuff, try to really bring up how do we engage our business community, how do we work with our community development teams and start to work on community planning and these types of things. So I largely did not have the time to focus on trying to look at some of these issues. You and I had those discussions early on, but I think slowly over time we've been able to bring up by changing staff and expertise into some of these areas, bring the organization up in a way that we can now spend time and focus time on this. And so I believe, number one, we have the resiliency plan that's being done right now. There's some pretty good data that's going to come out of that from some of the I've seen. I think that becomes the core of essentially a strategic plan that we can then start to look ahead and say, well, what does this look like for the next 5 years or for the next 10 years? Cast a vision that says, what should Montana tourism look like? Just the same thing that we're doing with community planning, and what do we do with channeling growth in Montana, and what happens when Montana's got 1.5 million people? Where are they going to go? What's that going to look like? Well, that's the same thing that's going to happen with tourism. If we're going to grow the tourism economy here, we've got to figure out where do these people go? How do we steer them various different directions, et cetera, without a strategic plan. Work cooperatively with all of you on. There's no way that that's going to happen. It is still going to be this random thing. So I think there's going to be opportunity, hopefully, and Mitch and I have talked about this, that we've tried to establish, here's a baseline of sort of a new way of thinking about Montana from an advertising standpoint to start branding. And then centralize around whatever that branding thing is going to turn into. But I don't know that it's a destination. And so at the end of the day, that's a piece of it. So we got that started. The second thing is right? No, maybe not. It's going to put some strain on all of us, but at some point in time, probably in the worst part of the year, but by summer, I would think we're going to be pretty close to understanding where the Coragio group's coming down and what their recommendations are, and then how we can then steer some of these discussions going forward. So I would say, if anything, it's going to heat up in late summer and early fall into this discussion. We'll be past some of the arms processes and then be able to work into the execution side. So
I know there's some comments in the room. The line is forming. Racine, were you first? We're we're closing in on our end of time, so we have about 6 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. As a member of the Tourism Solutions Roundtable last year, and also going through a major destination stewardship initiative ourselves a year and a half ago, and just finding the strength from the process, get to the point where you're actually doing the plan. I think one of the things that I've found, and I would like to encourage, is the process include a bunch of people in the same room having a conversation together, because I think that builds consensus and it gets everybody on the same page. I mean, I always appreciate the ability to call someone directly. That's always fabulous. But having, especially when we're going through a process and trying to come up with sideboards and rules that we all have to follow, we go through an extensive process with rules and processes, procedures, and we come up with a plan, and everybody is 100% on board. No opposition, no public comment of question. And I think with this big a change, it would be amazing to be able to have representatives from the people in this room in a room together having that conversation, so that we can make sure we're all on the same page moving forward, because everything on here impacts us, it impacts our communities, it impacts all the people that live here, the residents, the businesses. So I guess my comment would be, I'd love to make sure that there's an actual process with which we follow to get to the point where the rules are made.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Rasheen. I mean, you certainly have done a great job there in Glacier Country, and it hasn't been without a lot of different conversations that go on, and because you've got a pretty diverse region in and of itself in terms of, you know, where people go and how they travel there. So I would say, at the end of the day, threshold is really the tolerance of time and ability that the community has here for us to have these meetings. We can have meetings, but I don't want to overstep the threshold, but I want to make sure that, you know, if we're committed to do that, which I am committed to do that, we can certainly open up those opportunities and say, hey, once every X weeks, we could have some virtual, we could have some in person, and put a mixture of those types of things together as we go through this process, so that there can be that sort of live feedback, which is what you're talking about. And, you know, and then we can lead ourselves through that. So I'm willing to do that. You know, I think that we have staff that are generally concerned and connected to the communities to be able to reach out and do it. So, you know, I think it really depends on, I don't want to ask too much and say, oh my gosh, and then all of a sudden come into an empty room on one side. On the other side, I don't know what that threshold is. So maybe, you know, it's going to take people like you to help me understand and help our team understand where we reach that threshold.
I think there's enough people. This is so important to everything that we're doing moving forward. I think that we can certainly commit to getting the right people and having everybody show up to it. I also just want to speak to the regional assistance program. I mean, we talked about that. It was actually something kind of came out of knowing what the existing regional assistance program is and building upon that. And I think that's a perfect example of a program that I would be really good to be able to look at the existing one and have the entities that it's truly going to impact there, so we can figure out how does it work? What's the timeline? How does, you know, where does that money come from, and how does it come into the budgets that are based on their own collections, and then how, you know, their sideboards around that. You know, are there certain things that it can be used for, or is it just simply there to be used to support their projects and programs that are coming out of it? Just an example of some of the things I'd like to do.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time, and thank you for being with us, Director. I'm Alex Tyson. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Billings, which is the Billings TVB and the TBID, and we're managed by the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if there's any chance to bring back the language, but looking at letter D, would you give us some examples as we're trying to look at that and apply it to how that would look to our community? Do you have some examples that you could share about what your vision would be for those types of projects?
Yeah, so the revolving loan program is, again, the surplus budget and then this amount going 6.5% of that sort of split between the regional tourism assistance. And the reality is we have seen, at least historically, that the Yellowstone country, Glacier country do relatively well, obviously, in terms of the amount of monies that they bring in and the amount of monies that they have in their budget. We also know that the further east you go, the less likely there is a sufficient budget to help build that. So we would look at this to be able to say, okay, from the Billings perspective, I'd look at that and say, okay, well, what do we do to help Billings and east, build, which if we help the east, build further east to Miles City and to Glendive and that sort of thing, hopefully it brings more traffic into Billings as well. But to be able to take that regional tourism assistance and know, okay, just say it's $300,000 for lack of a better term. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but just for, to be able to say, okay, what are we going to do for southeastern Montana, and how are we going to promote it? What can we do cohesively between the state, between that region, to make sure that we're benefiting and creating the greatest return for that extra investment? How do we, because I look at it the same way and say, well, I can give you $300,000 extra to run your budget and to run your program, but if we at the state are not aligning with that message and doing something to help, magnify it, right? So it's all about a force multiplier of how do we use this money in a stackable way so that it grows on itself, as opposed to just, here's some money, go do your thing, right? And then the revolving loan program really is one that's oriented, again, primarily for for-profit businesses or for a community that wants to invest in something, be it infrastructure or whatever else like that, because many states actually have these types of loan funds for infrastructure development. Montana historically has just not necessarily done that. They'll float bonds, they'll do other types of things like that. So, I would look at this as being an opportunity to say, hey, here's part of a capital stack to be able to do an infrastructure project that maybe enables a hotel to be built and a small, whatever, a venue of some type, et cetera. So those are the types of things that we would hope that this revolving loan program would be able to do. And then as it gets paid back, it's a gift that just sort of keeps giving for the state. A case in point would be to look at Big Sky Trust Fund, which was, people are familiar with that. We've given out over $49 million in the past 20 some odd years, and I'm not sure we can point to much more than a handful of home runs that came from that 49 million. Had we used a portion of that or all of that in a revolving loan fund, it certainly would have grown through interest by then, but we've also would be able to reinvest. So my view for this particular section is that I'm less concerned about what happens next year. I'm more concerned about what happens 5 and 10 years from now, that we've invested wisely, that fund is growing, and we can continue to grow. So to me it's a looking at what kind of a legacy have we put in place for Montana to grow its tourism business and use our money wisely.
For the clarity, and just the last part of that would be, if those dollars aren't exhausted, I can't remember, I think it was discussed at one point, but where will those funds go?
They'll roll into A or B.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm Carla Huntley from Missouri River Country, and lowest funded tourism region. But extra funding to us would mean we could expand on Montana Trail to the Stars, and that project was started, and we really need to keep going on it, and that's going to help the whole state. And it started out as the Eastern Montana, but we can extend it to the state. Another project is I'm doing cross-border promotion project with Canada.
Right.
I had to put that on hold because I didn't have the funding. Now I'm, putting just a little in, but I can only do a portion at a time. And then the other thing is state joint ventures with the state just came out. I'd like to do more, but I can't. And now I have to turn them down because I don't have enough funding. And then that offer goes away June 3rd. So, I'm just complaining. Not really, but, it's all good. Hey, we've managed with what we've had.
Right.
And my husband works in retail. And he says, when you're, doing a certain project or something, we see more people in that grocery store. And hunting time, fishing time. When we can promote that, they see more people and our events and stuff. So, thanks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly why this bill was put together, is to be able to free up some of those funds the way that they exist previously, and be a little bit more intentional about what do we do in Missouri River country, right? When you sit there and you think that, okay, Fort Peck Reservoir has a longer shoreline than the west coast of the United States. And that's part of the who knew facts, right? But we don't capitalize on that. So what can we do there? There are a lot of things that we can do there, but I think it takes a cooperation. It takes communication. It takes us understanding, what are your cross-border initiatives? How are, what's your target? What are your top 3 things that are going to create the greatest amount of benefit for that area? And do we concentrate on those things, or do we say, yeah, but if it reaches a certain benefit and then it's going to stop? Well, okay, then where do we move on to next? And just have that, again, back to Steve's question, that strategic view as to, okay, we're building this. One legislative action is not going to necessarily set the course for life in the future. It's what we do with it after this point.
I know we've gone past our time. Alicia's going to cut us off here. I assume that you'll join us this evening. Can I invite those that didn't get a chance to tell you what they had on their mind to find you at this event tonight and pin you to the corner? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Rachel said we have open forum, open discussion at the end of the agenda tomorrow. So there'll be more time, but I'm sure there's lots of people with just their own individual questions or insights. I hope to have some ideas that can maybe plant some seeds in your head as well. So I'm encouraging you with ideas to make sure you find Scott tonight. Would somebody remind me where Rebecca said we were going tonight? Annie's Tap Room. Annie's Tap House. Tap room, tap something. Okay. All right.
I make a
Thank you,
motion
Alicia.
to adjourn Monday's Tourism Advisory Council meeting. Do I have a first? I so move. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Steve. We have a second, and we are adjourned.